All right. So I have like 4 monitors. And I've come to the conclusion that I need a 5th monitor. I I can't believe I need a 5th monitor. I actually need 4 monitors for the stream, and I need 1 for the game. And when I game, my lower monitor becomes my game stream, but then I don't have enough monitor real estate. I'm gonna have to do something with this monitor over here, and I'm gonna have to figure out. I'm gonna have to figure out something, or I might have to monitor the stream from like my phone, or find a better plugin. It's ridiculous. I saw this morning when I got up, streamer Nutty got banned from Twitch. He's on a temporary ban for breaking the rules, for being on the no naughty list. I'm really shocked at Twitch and their behavior, especially since Kick is a thing, DLive is a thing, Mixer was a thing, Facebook gaming was a thing. I don't know if Facebook gaming is a thing anymore. YouTube live streaming is a thing, and Twitch isn't profitable. And the amazing thing about Twitch not being profitable is that they kind of have a corner on the market, but they keep doing like ridiculous stuff that just boggles the mind. I don't know why Twitch does what it does. Twitch could easily put the entire streaming market on lock. But what they would have to do is they would have to understand that, number one, you can't try to develop every single piece of talent. And Twitch would have to do something kind of unpopular. And what they would have to do is abandon this idea of putting ads on everybody's channel. Because advertisers don't want to know that their money is being spent on going to channels that have no viewership. There's not really a good way to do that. Ultimately, what you're doing is you're advertising. You're going to put ads on everybody's single channel. You're going to make everybody an affiliate. Everybody's going to be able to get tips, bits, subs, donos, which is great. I think anybody that's doing this should have the opportunity to try to make money. At the same time, I say this as a streamer, I think there is a break point where after 90 days, if you haven't made affiliate after 90 days, you should have to pay to stream on Twitch. Because if suddenly you're going to have to go out of pocket to do this thing, what it's going to do is it's going to motivate you. Hopefully, it's going to motivate you to figure out what you're doing poorly in order to become profitable. And it could be as simple as, it doesn't have to be like $19.99. It could be $4.99. It seriously could be $4.99 if you want to continue having a Twitch channel. And then Twitch could couple that, marry that with Prime subs. It literally means you have to find 2 people to become the first followers of your community, and then Twitch stops bleeding money. And they could even do it just like you can use your creator income now to help offset the cost of gift subs. They could even make it so that if you've got a couple of people giving you Prime subs, instead of them paying you out, they just allow you to use that money to pay to keep your channel. And I know some people are like, I can't believe you would even think that way, but there's that external motivator. Like, I recently had this external motivation sort of realization. I have a bunch of domain names and they don't do anything. Like, if you know anything about my compulsive nature, I don't like to give up on things. I'm not going to play PAX Dei. I owned PAX Dei 101. I wasn't doing anything with it. It was costing me X number of dollars a year, but I wasn't doing anything with it. It wasn't generating any money. It wasn't generating any resources. So I dumped it. I got rid of it. Somebody said I should have tried to sell it. Why would I try to sell a completely useless website domain that had like almost no traffic? I'm not interested in trying to sell it. But it made me look at all my other domain names. PGN Music, Zetric set me up an amazing website, but I didn't know how to use it. So I took some time off of gaming and I learned and I researched and I studied. And now pgnmusic.com has, in the last 3 weeks, generated me enough money to offset its domain name cost for the next 3 years. So now, because I was incurring that cost and I said, I have a cost, it's hurting me as a creator, it's hurting me as a business, I'm going to force myself to do something with it. And I did. And now it's self-sufficient. Well, it's semi-self-sufficient. It pays for the domain name. Now I need to make enough money to pay for the hosting. But once I do that, then I'm going to look at Arcage 101 and Ashes 101 and Jalan.com and ParadoxGaming.net. ParadoxGaming.net is the next one. But I do that politics show on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And what I said to myself is, why am I not writing an op-ed piece every 3 days or every 2 days? And the answer is, I don't have a good answer. I should be writing an op-ed piece. Then maybe my op-ed piece never gets picked up. Maybe a single op-ed piece I ever write never goes anywhere. But even if I only write them to prep for my show, isn't that making my show better? So doesn't that bring with it a certain value? And so when I started thinking about this, and I'm like, you know, there's an awful lot of people that saw the what can we call it? They saw the COVID profitability of Twitch. I think that's what I'll call it. I'll call it the COVID profitability. People saw streamers during COVID making a lot of money, and I'm one of them. I made an awful lot of money during COVID. People that were at home, people with the COVID stimulus checks, people doing 50, 75, 100 gift sub bombs. I was covering Ashes of Creation. I had a lot more viewership. But that money's kind of dried up now because the economy sucks. People are back at work, yada, yada, yadas. You know, there's a ton of money to be made. I've just started, if you've noticed, I've started putting out more shorts because right now the brain rot is all attached to short form content. Anybody can put out a YouTube short and get 500 to 1,000 views. Now, getting monetized on YouTube through only shorts is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. But if you wanted to get into a content creator program, Once Human, the Quinfall might be a little difficult, but Once Human, you can basically apply, just ask to be in Once Human's content creator program, and they'll let you in. And you get a couple of free goodies, you get a couple of free bits and bobs. And I'm going to get back to writing my content creator guide because Nutty does an amazing job of the OBS side. I will never, on my best day, I will never know more about OBS than Nutty does. It never gonna happen. Never, ever. I could spend the rest of my life learning about OBS, and that man, he's amazing. Now, again, he got banned because of something that he shouldn't have done, and I think it's only a temporary ban. I don't think it's a permanent ban. He should be back, and if not, Twitch will have shot themselves in the foot, because he's an amazing creator. He helps other creators be better creators. So I don't know what Twitch is thinking on that ban. But then you got Harris Heller, and I haven't seen Harris Heller make a video. He hasn't come across my feed in a long time. I gotta figure out which account I have subbed to him. I have too many YouTube accounts. I have like different YouTube accounts with different subscriptions, so that like I flip to that account, it gives me that feed. I haven't seen Harris Heller, but for a long time he was really good on the marketing side. But there's so many creators, new creators, they think that I'm gonna start on Twitch today and I'm gonna be making money by Friday. And that's not how it works. And people need to be told that. Like you have some crazy unrealistic expectations of how the world is designed. And I feel bad for those people, because they're in earnest trying really, really hard. They are trying to make something. Like I don't know who the streamer is. I'm really bad with names. The older I get, the worse with names I get. There was a streamer who was complaining that he only made a touch of money while streaming on Kick. And my response to that is, if you made any amount of money streaming on Kick, any amount of money, why did you suddenly say I'm not gonna stream on Kick? Like, did you make money? Yes, good. Still stream there. I saw a while ago Ninja was streaming on Twitch, and he was trying to drive people to his YouTube channel. Well, he can do whatever he wants. Tyler can do whatever he wants. He's a multi-millionaire. He has made more money in streaming than I ever will. But what shocked me was, you knew when you went from Twitch to Mixer, because you signed that exclusive deal, and back in that day there was no multi-streaming allowed. You know for a fact that when you were over on Mixer, you were getting less views. Twitch has the lion's share. Twitch has the bulk of the viewership in live streaming. TikTok, I think I saw some numbers that TikTok is very rapidly catching up to Twitch, because it's so easy. And I don't know if you've been on TikTok, but they periodically kick you over to a live channel, and then when you start scrolling, you're scrolling through live channels. But honestly, you can get started with streaming or content creation in less than a day. Seriously, less than a day. But getting monetized is completely different. A completely different avenue. They've made it so easy to get affiliate. They've lowered the requirements. It was funny because I haven't looked at a YouTube requirement for a while. YouTube made it more difficult to get monetized on their platform. Twitch made it easier. But I think Twitch looks over at YouTube and says they do it thusly, so we must change. But the truth is, you're talking about apples and oranges. This is like the Hardee's thing. If you guys aren't familiar in American media or American marketing, a long time ago in a land far away, Hardee's, the burger joint, tried to compete with McDonald's by saying we have a third-pound burger for cheaper than a quarter-pounder. But since the average American doesn't know that a third is bigger than a quarter, the marketing campaign flopped. This is kind of the same sort of deal. Twitch is looking at YouTube and saying, how do we get a slice of that money? But they're not doing the things they need to. In fact, Twitch just recently reduced the amount of your VOD storage. You're limited to 100 hours of VOD storage. Well, why do Twitch streamers, why do the big Twitch stream, why does Asmongold, and I don't know the details of his editor. I know he has an editor. I don't, somebody told me that. So if that's incorrect, that's incorrect. But why does Asmongold's channel end up with 4 to 16 pieces of content on it after every show? Because Twitch VOD discoverability is nothing. And people go looking for Asmongold's videos or his takes. I see the editor has started putting his stuff onto short form content. Well, you can't go onto a platform and type in Asmongold and not get something related to Zach. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which platform you go to. TikTok, Instagram, Reels. I tagged something the other day with Asmongold on Instagram. Didn't assume there'd be anything about Instagram. There's like 20,000 posts tagged #Asmongold. So if you want to get into short form content, you can get into short form content right now. I did an AI experiment last year. Every single piece of content on a channel I put together was AI generated, and it was a third of the way to being monetized in 3 months. And I was only putting out one piece of content a day. You want a no shit moment? Make cat videos. And I'm not even, I wish I was joking. Make cat videos. Just find funny cat videos, and they only have to be 15 to 30 seconds long. If you find 5 minutes worth of cat videos, right? That's 20 pieces. What? That's 20 pieces of content. If you find, you know, enough free content, it's free content. You don't even have to like record funny cat videos. All you have to do is just go find on Pexels or Pixabay, find royalty-free cat videos, and you will be making a channel. You can go to royalty-free music and just put together a video with almost no effort. In fact, if you're willing to spend a little bit of startup money, you get a subscription to Suno, you get a subscription to VideoGen. VideoGen will put together a talking video for you in no time flat. But there's people saying, oh, how hard content creation is. It's not hard to get started. And then once you get started and you have a little like confidence behind you, you have a little, you know, I'm feeling good about myself, then start putting your own spin on it. The only way this isn't going to work for you is if you don't want it to work for you. Most people are afraid to get started. Getting started is hard. Staying dedicated is hard. Like, other than that, switching over to Once Human, I was really disappointed that I couldn't stay on the permanent server. I'm going to be working on a video later this week. Their permanent servers have a major flaw. And that major flaw is my hive mate literally could not drop his base anymore.
We can use it to make ourselves a weapon.
And
first, let's build an equipment bench and workbench.
You go to a permanent server, but every week, if your world is designated as low population, then you run the risk of your world getting merged and then your base being gone. Now, if nobody is in the space you're trying to go to, then your base will automatically merge down to the next world. I don't understand why they don't just commit to having 5 worlds on each server. On each permanent server, just have 5 worlds. Just designate worlds 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as permanent. And if the population dips, the population dips. How expensive... And this is going to lead to a deeper conversation. How expensive is it to maintain 5 worlds on a permanent server? And if it's that expensive that it's cost prohibitive, then why don't you look at your monetization model, right? And make more money by lowering the price. And I get it. Some people are going to be like, the exclusivity. On multiple occasions, I've already talked about people that like exclusivity are the people that are going to buy the next new thing anyway. So make them feel good about themselves. If you're worried about targeting the exclusive buyers, then build the whole system around targeting the exclusive buyers. Target the whole thing around it. And what I mean by that is make it expensive. Make it expensive for a period of time. And then when you bring out the next, oh my God, what the fuck, barbecue chicken, quality, amazing cosmetic, stagger lower all your prices. So eventually you're selling your cosmetics from a year ago for 99 cents. I don't think they've realized, maybe they're making all the money. Maybe they're making all the money they need to make in China. I have no way to know. Maybe the Chinese whales are spending enough money that they don't have to worry about the Western audience. But I don't think the Western audience is going to spend $25 for a cosmetic. And maybe people that have played like League of Legends or Call of Duty or other games can clue me in. I've heard about the $100 knife. I've heard about the $100 mount in WoW. The WoW and Rifts, I think, if I recall correctly, each one of those games put out a $100 mount box. But we saw the backlash to that. It's a digital asset. Why are you trying to charge so much for it? But I think that Rail and I talk about this quite often because we both have approaching 4,000 hours in the game. We have more than 4,000 hours in the game, including testing last spring. But July to July, I'm approaching about 4,000 hours in the game. And I know somebody's going to say, well, 4,000 hours is more than 10 hours a day. Yeah, I was playing the game 14, 15, 16 hours a day. Because it was that good. I really thoroughly enjoy it. And now I forced myself to come to a new server. One, because my hive mate couldn't drop his base anymore. But 2, I realized that if I didn't go to a new server and force myself to play through the gameplay loop again, I was getting ready to drop the game. Because all I have left is to deal with RNG shenanigans. And I don't know about you, but when you get to a point where the only thing you have left to do in a game is beat the RNG monster, that doesn't that doesn't make for a good game. Probably closer to 5K for you. Yeah, you tested this game deep last spring. But it's to the point where it hurts my soul how they're failing this game. They could be doing so much better with this game. And I made the little clip about the private servers. Starry Studios doesn't know what they want this game to be. They're trying to be DayZ. They're trying to be Rust. They're trying to be PlanetSide 2. They're trying to be Defiance. They're trying to be 7 Days to Die. They're trying to be a lot of games. But we already have those games, and those games do it better. If they want to be a better game, be a better game. Right off the bat. They keep looking for content to do. They included, if you saw me jumping and floating around, they could very easily introduce weekly content that would make people have to spend time building better bases. If they took this ridiculous thing, this Stardust filter, and then they reduced the amount of star crom that the stairwell gave, or at the rate that they give away star crom anyway, they could add it in. Or they could have the Stardust resonator be a blueprint box instead of star crom. You could make it a fragment box that you get to choose the fragments. Well, if you want a game where base building is important, my base has to be at risk. And I know a lot of people are going to say, I don't want my base to be at risk. Okay, great. Then let's make 2 servers. We can just as easily make 2 servers where some servers have this base risk with this reward. But we all know how that's going to play out. If you give me a reward for playing the game on my server, but you can't get that reward, you know full well that people are going to complain that they're not taking the risk, but they're also not getting the reward. And you know that's what people would do. If you've been a gamer in any game that has a forum or has a Discord, you know full well you could give one group of people a reward because they took a risk, and the other group of people are going to say, I don't want to take the risk, but I want the reward too. And that's why I always say the biggest problem we have in gaming is gamers. Hi, Mittens. I have a little producer. Hi, buddy. Want to come up? No. I don't want to come up. I just want to disturb you during the show, Dad. What's up? How's Dune treating you? I've seen you've had like more problems than other people with Dune. Your server always being down, or you can't get this, or you can't get that. Wasn't bad today. Oh, that's right. You didn't have work today.
Wait.
You had your first death.
The teleportation tower was activated.
You got stun locked. Oh, so you got stun locked, but you didn't get eaten by. You didn't get eaten by a worm.
Teleportation towers will let us get to places much faster.
That's good.
Avoid any dangers along the way.
Unless you're gonna tell me you got stun locked and then eaten by a worm, and then I'm gonna feel really bad for you, buddy. Can the people meet you? This is my derpy. This is my derpy. His name is Mittens. His name is actually Captain Awesome Possum Mittens. but we just call him Mittens. Actually, we call him Mimits. Hi. You're never affectionate. Did the other kitties beat you up? Were you being a bully and you got slapped by your dads? You know, he has a mom and 2 dads. He actually has a wet nurse and 2 stepdads. When you respawned, I was inside of a resource node, so it took a while to get out since I couldn't mine. Wow. Yeah, I was given a Dune Awakening key. So, I will be covering Dune. I will be covering Dune this week. I just wanted to get, my base going today in Once Human, because we dropped in here last night, and since they shortened the early phases, we need to get going. We came here a day late because we wanted to farm our nightmare silos yesterday. It's funny, switch topics real quick. I did that video on Stop Killing Games versus the Crew, and it must have made its way to some fans of Stop Killing Games, some of their loyalists, because they've been posting shit to me, and somebody just said, all we want is a low effort solution. Well, the problem with wanting a low effort solution is that a developer doesn't want to give you a low effort solution, because they know people are going to judge them on that low effort solution. And the best example I can think of is we didn't do takeout at the bar. Obviously, it's a bar. We didn't have fine cuisine. We didn't have fine dining. It's a bar. It's a pub. But in order to maintain the liquor license, we had to serve food 40% of the time we were open. We were fortunate enough. We had a 40-60 license, a 60-40 license. We only had to serve food 40% of the time that we were open. Well, we didn't serve like amazing stuff. We served Stouffer's pizza bread, and we served hot pretzels, the Bavarian little pretzel bites, but we served soup. And then the building used to be all one conjoined building. We had a roll-up wall with the bakery next door, and they used to just make us like the baguettes so that we could serve a chunk of that with a bowl of soup. And it was simple, it was easy, but most important, it was legal. We started getting people that wanted the soup as takeout because for some reason they really liked the soup. They really liked the soup. Well, what happened was we started getting complaints because we didn't really want to be doing soup as a takeout.
Either way,
We had never planned for it, but since they were regulars and stuff that were asking for it, we started to implement it. Well, what did people do? We started getting a shit ton of complaints because of something we never wanted to be. We didn't want to be a soup store. We wanted to be a pub. We only were selling food because it was a requirement for the liquor license. So we're eating complaints, putting effort into things that don't drive us to our main goal. Now, I'm not saying that the Stop Killing Games initiative doesn't have some value, because it does. And I was made aware of some stuff today that I wasn't aware of. I didn't know like the Mac OS port of Metal Gear something or other no longer works because the developer for the Mac OS version had a DRM in it that required you to contact a server to validate the authenticity of your copy of the game. Personally, I think that's total bullshit then, right? If that's what you're gonna do, then when your company's about to shutter, just disable the DRM. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's something that you should have been able to remove fairly easily. I was made aware of like 3 games, because I said that the Stop Killing Games initiative doesn't really affect single player games, and somebody said, no, you're wrong. This company doesn't have you download the cutscenes. You have to contact their server, and since they went out of business and they don't maintain the server, there's no way to now play the game. And I think those things need to be regulated. I have no problem with trying to put an initiative in by law that specifically states you cannot sell a single player game unless the game is completely playable on a person's PC and needs no connection to the internet. For example, if you guys know that I live in an area where apparently rainstorms break the internet. Just rain, not even thunderstorms, not down lines, just rain. It can rain here and I lose internet. Well, I make sure now every morning when I get up, the first thing I do is log into Steam and then click the offline little button, because I've had days where I don't have internet and I can't play Crusader Kings because I can't get logged into Steam. I mean, I eventually can, but it takes a hot minute. It takes a really long hot minute to get logged in, which is annoying as fuck. Oh. I don't know where my dog ran off to. It abandoned me. I'm just gonna stay over here with a group of people because I need XP. I don't need deaths. So I get people's concern, and I'm not trying to like shit on the Stop Killing Games initiative and not see it make some progress. But then somebody jumps on in my comment section today and they say, well, it's not a legal response. What are you talking about? They themselves literally tout their previous success in getting laws proposed. Like, it is amazing to me that people want to jump you because you say something, but the shit they're saying is wrong. Like, I said on my show yesterday, I paraphrased Yoshi P. Actually, it was last week. I paraphrased Yoshi P. And I said, Yoshi P has said about Final Fantasy, we can't make enough content to keep you occupied the whole time. So when we put out a set of content, look at the content, play it, but don't forget to come back. But in the description of today's video, I made sure to post the full entire quote. Because you know what somebody's gonna do. Somebody's gonna say, that's not what Yoshi said. It's gonna be like, yeah, it's called paraphrasing. So I went back and I made sure I researched the whole quote. I posted the whole quote just so that we're all legal, we're all good, we're all legit. You can't have a meaningful conversation with people anymore because everybody gets like so offended about everything. Like, I saw an Asmongold quote, and I don't know if he was trying to be tongue-in-cheek. I don't know if he just I don't know, because I don't live inside his head and I have enough problems with the demons in my own head. But he said that Asian players count for like a 5-to-3 ratio. Now, would I ever use a 5-to-3 ratio when comparing players? Absolutely fuck not. I would not. I would never use a 3/5 ratio because I know better. And I would be held to a different standard because I'm a trained fucking historian. So I would never, ever, the fuck ever use a 3/5 ratio. Like every 5 Asian players count for 3 Western players. I would never fucking do that. I don't know if he intended to be tongue-in-cheek. I don't know if he intended to be borderline racist. I don't know if he just came up with 5-to-3. I don't know. Okay? But what I do know is that I wouldn't do it because I'd be held to a different standard. But I've already seen people calling him out for that. It's like, why don't you ask him? Why don't you ask him what his intention was? Why don't you ask him what he meant by it? Did he mean to make a connection to the 3/5 compromise? And maybe when you ask him the question, he'll either say, what are you talking about? He'll say yes, or he'll say no. And give him a chance to correct it. But we don't do that anymore. Everybody just wants to jump on everybody else's shit. Like, everybody is looking for a way to ruin your standing and attack your position. If you're not ironclad about what you're saying, people rip it apart. You're right, they do. And unfortunately, with all the people that are doing terrible, nefarious shit, it's hard to give people the benefit of the doubt, but you should give people the benefit of the doubt. It shouldn't be an automatic jump all over the person's ass. Now, there's a female TikToker that, and I've only been able to study a little bit of the story. I haven't seen the whole thing. But what I saw was a female TikToker who may or may not, because I don't know the truth, I don't know the story, I don't have the deets, may or may not have been kidnapped in Palestine.
Oh yeah, this looks like it'll be fun to ride.
While she was filming there. And again,
Humans perceive deviations. They become influenced by
I don't know.
If you know enough about
But what I do know
you can find
is the rest of the quote that I was shown.
You should investigate.
This
Unlocking the monolith
influencer was captured in Palestine while promoting her OnlyFans.
Just reported in.
And you know what I'm gonna say? Not that I wish violence or evil or harm to anybody, but if you're so fucking dumb that you're in Hamas-controlled Palestine, live streaming while promoting your OnlyFans, then you don't really have an interest in living, because you're not being smart. You're not being wise. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But everybody wants to jump on everybody for a piece of clout. Like, I don't, and maybe one of you knows, and you can give me like the Reader's Digest version. I don't know what the Hassan Asmongold beef is. I don't know what it is. I don't particularly give a shit what it is, but if somebody could give me like the Reader's Digest version, who started it and what it started over, that would be great. But all I know is I didn't know the first thing about Hassan until I saw it with Asmongold. And I do know that after watching Hassan's clips, I don't even think he should be allowed to have an opinion, because of my belief that you have a constitutionally protected right to freedom of speech, as long as it is responsible speech and as long as it is intellectual speech. And I know that's asking a lot. I am aware that is a big ask. But it's my ask. It's my ask that people not be dumb fucks. And yes, I know. Big ask. And people are dumb fucks. And I get it. And they're always going to be dumb fucks. But because we don't allow or we allow stupidity to run rampant. We allow it. We encourage it. I saw an interesting I saw a really interesting TikTok this morning while I was looking for content for tomorrow's show. Somebody brought up the idea that in your average business, when you have one division that's overfunded and being successful, and another division that's underfunded and failing, some companies choose to merge those together to get the results they need. The United States military is overfunded, but very successful. The schools are underfunded and failing. Maybe, just maybe, we should try letting the military be in charge of the schools for a little bit. What's 2 + 2, Tommy? I don't know. Drop and give me 20. It's 4. It's 4. I know it's 4. I can't come to school today because I have ADHD. You have ADHD? Fucking focus. Guess what? How is it that 40%, and it was a really good perspective. How is it that 40% of the country supposedly, allegedly, has ADHD, autism, OCD, ODD, hyperactivity, but you're not seeing 40% of the candidates going into the military being turned away? Now, I know some people are going to say, well, individuals with those afflictions aren't trying to join the military. Second of all, maybe the people at MEPS aren't trained to screen for it. Or maybe, just maybe, right? Maybe the people at MEPS understand that the military's gonna fix some of that shit for you. Is ADHD a legitimate condition? Yes, ADHD is absolutely a legitimate condition. A lot of kids get labeled as ADHD and they're not ADHD, they're LAZY. So, I'm not against the idea. I'm not against the idea of, hey, let's maybe let the military have a crack at fixing things. We talked about it on my show yesterday. The military gets a lot of people trained really, really quickly to do a lot of highly technical jobs. And granted, somebody did message me after the show yesterday and they said, you kind of misrepresented it because yes, you have 58 days of classroom instruction, but you have almost a full year of OJT. And you're right. And Grumpy Old Man brought it up yesterday during the show. He's like, that's not including the OJT. And you're right, it's not including the OJT. But I also want to let you know that when you graduate from community college with a certificate, your OJT is over. Like, you get out of school, you have your certificate, you start working. Now, yes, somebody usually pops in on you periodically to make sure, you're You're not killing the patients. You crawl, walk, run. You get out of school. You have your certificate. You demonstrate mastery at the place you're going. But I mean, I've been stabbed deep in the gum by a dental hygienist who was new. They make mistakes. Shit, I had a dentist when I was 18 years old try to fucking kill my ass. You know, I had a doctor who had just spent a year doing fellowships on the shoulder shatter my upper arm, and that's why I got retired. So just because you have mastery of something doesn't mean you don't make mistakes. Shit, I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. I once thought I was wrong, but I was mistaken. Nobody's perfect. But I think being able to train people faster needs to be looked at. Is it a good goal? Absolutely. And I think, honestly, people can't give good, legitimate feedback anymore because they're not required to. All they have to do is whine. All they have to do is complain. Like, all they have to do is raise their voice, and management, in order to keep everybody happy, gives people anything they want. Why is it a Karen comes into your business and they raise their voice, so you automatically start giving them anything they want? Tell Karen to shut the fuck up. Tell Karen this is a place of business and this isn't how we conduct business. Well, we don't want the negative feedback. We don't want the negative publicity. What do you think the publicity you're getting is when people tell the story all day every day that they were in Walmart today and they watched a Karen get a refund on something that they shouldn't have gotten a refund on because they screamed at an 18-year-old kid? It's like, and I see this disconnect. You guys remember when I covered Mortal Online 2 and I had some opinions about some things they should change that would make the game more appealing to the player base at large, and two of the people were like, you're killing the soul of the game. You want to kill the soul of the game. Your game has less than 1,000 concurrent players. There's literally one developer working on the game. What soul of the game am I killing? It doesn't have a soul. People are like, oh well, 1,000 players at $10 a month would be $10,000 in income, and a developer can live on that. Well, first of all, the developer gets $7,500, and then the developer has to pay tax, and then the developer and it doesn't matter which way you want to slice it. If the developer's paying himself a salary, he's paying tax. If the developer's not paying himself a salary, then he doesn't get the tax write-off for payroll as an expense, and he's paying tax on the top cut. And then he's living on what's known as the draw, what's left after all expenses. So either way, the developer's paying tax. Remember, if you pay yourself, right? And you can do this, and it's completely legal. But if you pay yourself through your business as a 1099 contractor, you're paying 15.3% in taxes. Not to mention, you have licenses for software, you have expenses. And I know people don't want to count this up. You made $10,000, you gave 30% of it to Steam, so now you have $7,000. Right? You have to pay for the servers, and some people would be like, well, servers aren't that expensive. Sure, but the only thing that matters for the punchline of the joke is that the developer's not getting $7,000. He's getting $7,000 minus rent, and if he's smart, he's charging himself rent for his office space, electricity, software, computers, all that stuff. But when you say that to gamers, they're like, I don't agree with you. You don't agree with what part? Damn it, I didn't secure the Digby. What part? It's what happens when an entire generation gets away with throwing fits and getting participation trophies. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's like Starry Studios with Once Human. Bring it back around to Once Human. They constantly say we listen to player feedback, but which players? Like, I will say this right here is bullshit. This event, this high-flying, no-gravity shit for 30 minutes out of every hour is absolute crap. It's terrible. What I don't understand is we couldn't get the lunar cycle for 30 on, 30 off, which should have been an easy change if they'd already had this ready to go. We get Endless Dream as a scenario, which is clearly designed for private servers. Or, sorry, I don't want to call them private servers. I want to call them custom servers, because that's their official name. But you want us to believe that you're listening to the player feedback, but what players are asking for this? Because I haven't seen the things that they're implementing being asked for. Like the Way of Winter, I'm hoping that the Way of Winter is a big joke, like, and that the big tower is going to come back in some way, shape, or form. Because if they don't change it, it's going to be terrible. It's going to be bad all the way around. And I loved the Way of Winter campaign. I loved the fact that it was more survivally than any other part of the game that we had. It hurt my soul when I saw when Rail told me what they'd done to it. It hurt my heart. Call them what they want. Rental servers. And sure, rental server is an okay term as well. I can live with that term. Because it's not wrong. Right? I can live with that term. But as you guys saw, if you were here on Sunday, I can make the server easy mode. Like straight easy mode. Why would I want to play on a normal server if I can make the game straight easy mode? And the answer is I wouldn't. One, two, I already have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, I know I need you. I know I need you. I know I need you. I know I need you, and I know I need you. I know I need you. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Who am I? Oh, in the door. 20. Bring all these over. Happy late Father's Day. Happy late Father's Day. I love having a child that's just like me. That was the gift from my 12-year-old. Because my other one, many years of use, I'd have to rebind this one. Now I like this one because, you know, it was the Monster Energy drink knife, by the way. It was hilarious, but nice serrated blade. But no, my kid recognized that my knife had gotten loose. So, you know, the last thing you want to use is a knife that's gotten loose, because that's how fingers get cut. So yeah, my kid got me a great gift. My kid is amazing. So I love my little offspring. I love my mini-me. My Gizmo, she's not the artist known as Gizmo anymore. She wants to be called by her real name now, but I don't give a shit. I'm like every other dad on the planet. All her t-shirts, when we go on vacation, my shirts say Jalan. Because I find that if you have a name on your shirt, more people want to talk to you. And I go places to like practice being social in public. All her shirts say Mini J. So, she's a good kid. Unlike my other children who didn't wish me a happy Father's Day. Jerks. They didn't wish me a happy Father's Day? Fuck them, I'm forgetting their birthdays. I'll fix your wagon. I'm assuming you're at least homing the characters on those servers are locked to those servers and can't transfer to the other servers. Yes. For Once Human, the custom server characters are on the custom servers. They cannot transfer back to the main servers, the official servers. Rail found something that indicated they might be able to, but I don't read it that way. I read it differently. But the translation team doesn't always nail it. They forgot. More likely my kids have kids, or my kids have the one that doesn't have kids has 2 jobs, so probably will fall by the wayside. It probably was just one of those things. They didn't realize that they didn't call me, which is totally cool. And I can't get too mad because a member of our community, if they show up, they'll admit it or they won't. I won't say who it is, but a member of our community forgot it was their birthday. They forgot it was their birthday, which I find hilarious. Like how do you forget it's your own birthday? I dread my birthday. Oh, easy turbo. I feel like I could forget my birthday nowadays because I never know the date. Yeah, I don't generally know the date. I know, ultimately I know one vacation to the next vacation. Like that's all. No shit, that's really all I know. I know that I don't travel anywhere for several weeks now, and the next place I travel to is Disney. I also know that after the drive down there this time, I'm going to leave an hour earlier because I have to get an hour further down the road. I also know where the bad construction is. But yeah, I have to get an hour further down the road. I have to get deeper into Florida on this next trip. By the way, as you can see, I am going to be doing a Dynasty Legends 2 promo stream. They have sponsored a stream. It's not today's stream, but I will be doing a 2-hour stream for them. If they want to fund music, I am more than happy to let anybody who wants to fund music for my record label fund music for my record label. Is that download a Romance of the Three Kingdoms game? That is a great question. and I will let you know when I do that stream. Also, somebody gave me the Game of Thrones King Roads link yesterday. They said it's good on Steam. I got it. I'll take a look at it. I think that one, though, is a phone game port. I'm pretty certain that it is just a phone game that was ported over to PC. That is one thing. I know Steam is never going to do this because it would hurt Steam in the long run, but I wish that Steam would require games to be listed as priorly mobile games so that I can filter them out. I don't want to play a game that was previously a mobile game and ported over to PC, because we all know how that works. We're going to reach a wall, a progression wall, a paywall, if you will. Where I'm now going to be forced to give you money. Free to play, I have a little bit of heartburn with the idea of free to play, because free to play is either like Once Human, and I do want to give Starry Studios and NetEase props. Once Human is completely free to play, unless you're a builder, and then I'm not dismissing your concerns. I acknowledge them. Or unless you're a completionist for cosmetics, I'm not dismissing your concerns. I acknowledge them. But for people that want to play through the game itself, the game is free to play. There is no paywall. There is no pay to win. The game does not look like they should be confident enough to pay anyone to stream their game. If I'm giving my honest opinion, well, that's again, if they want to pay me. I ended up playing MU Dark APOC until they put out a statement that I was like, are you fucking stupid? They put out a statement that said, we reserve the right to take legal action against you if we feel you've slandered our game. Excuse me? The fact that you're telling people that you're going to go after them because they're giving an honest opinion of your game, you can get fucked at that point. Like, you can straight get fucked. I uninstall your shit, but you're gonna threaten people that you're gonna, like, I don't think people understand, like, libel and slander very well. If it's my opinion of your game, that is my opinion of your game. Like, for example, I can say I think Ashes of Creation is a dog shit game, and I think the company behind it is a dog shit company. That's an opinion. Now, Intrepid could be mad. They could try to say, we don't like the words you're using. And you don't have to like them, because that's my opinion. Now, where the trouble comes in is if somebody asks me to articulate that opinion, why do I feel that way? Well, now I have to be careful, because when I say the reasons why, I could end up walking into slander, libel, defamation of character. But if I turn around and say, well, I don't like a company that changes a game design mechanic that they had been charging money for, and then decides to change the mechanic but not even offer refunds, well, Intrepid could try to sue me for slander, defamation of character. But then, one, we go to court, and two, I get discovery. Then they have to go into court and say, we didn't fundamentally change this system. Well, not only do I have an audio recording that freeholds were going to be not easily accessible, but accessible by anybody who was willing to put in the work. They also sold them for $25 a pop. Now, if Intrepid doesn't like what I said and they disagree with it adamantly, then they can go ahead and they can sue me. But again, when they sue me, I get discovery. No, I'm playing on a regular server. And I think that's where a lot of game developers, like, and I've said this in the past, Steven hired an individual to be the director of communications that has absolutely no business being the director of communications. And I don't know why they continue to have Margaret have the title of director of communications, because Steven never lets her do her job anyway. Steven gets mad about things that are said about his company, and he responds, that then ends up getting journalistic results, and then it generates more friction than the initial squabble. Like, I saw somebody talk about somebody gave me a post in the Ashes of Creation Reddit where somebody said, can I get a refund? Now, you guys know over the years, if you've been with me, I call it how it is. This individual made a post. In fact, let me not misquote the individual. I don't want to be unfair to the individual, so let me grab the post. And what the person said was, this real quick. I've been playing MMOs for 20 years, never seen anything like this. I understand other people have figured it out and enjoy the alpha, but it just doesn't make sense. I can't complete any quests. I pick up a level 3 quest, but I have to walk through hordes of level 10 mobs to get to my objective. Or I pick up a level 5 quest, and the guy you have to kill is a level 7 and a level 8 elite with literally 10 times the hit points I have to complete it. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm only level 5 and I've probably died more than 20 times. The walk back is painful, no quick travel, and death is just a few hits in any direction you go. Some people seem to enjoy this playstyle, but I don't. Is it possible to get a refund? Well, if you've been playing MMOs for 20 years, then I'm going to have a little bit of a problem with your viewpoint, because what you just described is EverQuest, Lineage 2, Final Fantasy 11, and a handful of other games. So if you've been playing MMOs for 20 years, then you do understand it. You do understand it. You've been there. You've done that. You've seen it. Now, at the same time, somebody said earlier, the best way to fix a problem is to just ignore the vocal minority. And you're absolutely right. The best way to fix a problem is often to ignore the vocal minority, because if you ignore the vocal minority, what you're really doing is you're saying, we're gonna go get more data. I am not saying that a game that revolves around grinding is destined to be bad. I'm saying that in the last 3 years alone, the majority of game companies that are experiencing success have moved away from forced group experience, and in the last 10 years, we've moved away from games that focus primarily on grinding. Again, I'm not saying that there's a company out there that can't crack the recipe. I feel I could. if I really had to put some brain cells to it, I could come up with a game that has grinding as a central component that's popular. For example, BDO is a game where grinding is a central component, but the trick to it is it's solo grinding. ArcAge had a component of solo grinding in it, but it also had group content in it, somewhat. The only problem with ignoring the vocal minority is then they drive everyone just trying to enjoy the game crazy with their unaddressed noise. Well, right, but here's the trick to that. You don't have to make changes when you listen to someone. I'll give you a great example of a car dealership down in Alabama. It's my mentor for continuous process improvement. I think the car dealership was in Alabama. That's where I was when I got the training. Car dealership has a recurring problem. It doesn't have a lot of parking. And one of the biggest complaints the car dealership has is customers come in and they're irate because they couldn't find somewhere to park. And if you know anything about sales, it's really hard to make a car sale anyway. And then when the customer's irate, it's really hard to make a sale. So they hired my mentor to come in and do a CPI analysis. And what they originally brought him in to do was do a CPI analysis of how many parking spaces they could afford to give up to have vehicles on the lot. And then they would have similar makes and models somewhere else. If the person's like, oh, I'd really like this one in black. Okay, well, we can go over to this location and I can show you it in black. My mentor went in and he looked around. He said, I can solve your problem with 2 metal signs. All he did was on the building post a sign that said more customer parking on other side of building. And he posted that sign on both sides of the building. Do you know what happened to customer complaints? They went down. Because when you have a customer that has a problem and you give them the solution, they turn their anger inward and it becomes embarrassment, because if you've told them where the other parking is and they can't find it, they internalize it as their problem. They're not going to complain about something because the last thing they want to hear is, well, didn't you see the sign? It didn't solve all their problems, but it solved the immediate problem of reducing customer complaints, which bought them time to figure out how they wanted to restructure the lot. I do agree with you. You have to hear your customers. You have to hear them. You do not need to make changes. So they tricked the customer with 2 signs. Yeah. Because all they did was tell the customer where the other parking is. And you know what? For some people, it fixed the problem. It fixed the problem. Some people didn't know there was more parking on the other side of the building. The group focused on content can be another layer on top, but you need a solid gameplay loop for solo players propping it up these days. You're absolutely right. Bazillion% correct. Bazillion% correct. But the problem becomes, I saw somebody say Spaceballs 2 actually had the opportunity to do the greatest thing ever if Mel Brooks had been able to completely produce Spaceballs 2 in secret and not let anybody know, and then all of a sudden just be like, yeah, we're releasing. And I agree, that would have been That would have been the greatest hack ever. If they had just been like, yeah, here's Spaceballs 2. Congratulations. It's completely done. It's completely produced. I don't even know what killed me. Would have been great, right? Would have been absolutely amazing. Grinding for loop a la PoE is a lot better than run the same loop of events to accumulate progression points to progress the plot. Yes. I am okay. Well, I'm not okay anymore because I've seen the future of Once Humans content. I was mildly okay with the gameplay loop the way it was because I was able to do the content on my terms, at my pace, to get the mods that I need. Now the problem is, the only thing I have to do is sit around and play the game until new content comes out. I basically, in 5,000 of these points, I don't have anything to do for 13 days and 23 hours. Let me look at the calendar real quick. Oh, they don't even... Yeah, they don't even have the calendar populated. So, I don't have anything to buy that helps increase my character's power. I'm literally running this content simply for something to do. Otherwise, I would have nothing to do. I went to the custom server, as you saw on Sunday. The custom server allows me to have infinite magazine capacity. Well, I don't want to play like that. I think that makes the game too easy. I'm worried that other people are going to see that and then expect that. Like, as you saw, somebody came in and they saw me playing that and they said, I haven't played the game in a while. Is that a new mod? And I'm not surprised somebody saw that, and I'm not surprised somebody asked me that question. Oh, I don't have them unlocked. I think a game can have non-soloable content, but the core of the game needs to be doable by a single person. Yeah, and no, I don't think a modern MMO can be made that doesn't have soloable content. Because, like, I shared this one. If we just use the Lord of the Rings IP for a second, I shared this one with Karthos the other day when we were talking about this. If you remember Star Wars Galaxies, Star Wars The Old Republic. Star Wars The Old Republic had shortcuts in dungeons, or it had sections of dungeons where you could bypass or get a different boss with different loot if you had certain artisan skills. I'll call them artisan skills. So if you had certain artisan skills, you could bypass stuff. Well, what if you were playing as the bad guys in a Lord of the Rings MMO and you wanted to forge the One Ring? You could make it easy, and you just have to go to Mount Doom, go to a crafting bench in Mount Doom and craft the ring. Or you could have to start at a base, a checkpoint, a starter location, whatever have you, flagged as I'm going to craft the One Ring, and you can make this PvE or PvP depending on the game. As you're going from a town to Mount Doom, you're flagged as my eventual objective is to make the One Ring, to make a legendary item. If you want to keep it all PvE, I'm going to get attacked by waves of mobs. But I can't fight back because I have my hammer and my tongs. So it's 8-person content that only 7 people, and I say 8, it could be 5-person content. You're going to be down a person. Then you get to a dungeon where I can't die. That's the condition. I cannot die. I am the escort. We have to clear the dungeon, then we get to the crafting bench, and then on top of all the other dungeon content that we've already done, I'm gonna face waves and waves and waves of mobs during my craft. Now, all the people that always say I want mini games in crafting, this is a place that I think a mini game in crafting could be really, really good, because if I make mistakes, I have to redo that phase and the waves get longer. If I do well, then the waves are shorter because I'm moving the process along faster. If we want to get into the let's make some shit, right? I think right there, I've just described better than what a lot of games are trying to build, because I'm thinking about it not as a player, not as a developer. I'm thinking about it as a player who's designed tabletop campaigns, who's talked to a lot of developers, and it's kind of like, I know the players are going to be frustrated by this, but it's a good kind of frustration. It's a good frustration. And some people would be like, well, what's good frustration? The kind that when you wipe, you're not raging, you're not throwing keyboards, you're not screaming at each other, you're immediately saying, all right, guys, that was close. What did we learn? What can we do better? Everything now has become fucking easy sauce. Players are like, well, I don't understand why all the games are easy. Because you screamed at the developer. You told the developer if they don't make it easy, you're not going to play it. The only people we have to blame for why games suck is our left and right peers. And it's because, as I've said many times, we have forgotten how to have respectful, meaningful conversations. The very fact, should developers listen to whales? Yes, they absolutely should. I can't believe Jay just said that. Why wouldn't I say that? Yes, developers should absolutely listen to whales. Why? Because whales keep the lights on. In a free-to-play game, so you know your role, and to go back to the 90s, know your role and shut your mouth. In a free-to-play game, you're either a wolf or you're a lamb. You're either a whale or you're the prey. People that play free-to-play games without swiping, you're the content for the whales. If they are selling power in their cash shop and you're not buying it, you're the intended recipient of that power. And if you're not willing to accept that, then you're playing a game not in line with what everybody else is playing. You're living in Delulu land, and you need to stop living in Delulu land, because it is what it is. Throne and Liberty messed up because grinding was completely useless solo, and the only way to get the best gear is world boss drops. So as a healer, I'll never do enough damage to get on the loot table. Right. Case in point, right there. Inside of your content team, you have to have classes. Inside of your class team, You need to have a lead for melee, a lead for magic, a lead for tanks, a lead for healers, support, either way you want to do it. And then those 4 leads, for the design of those, they need to go to the meetings with the mechanics teams, and they need to say, wait a minute, if the only way to get gear is by being high on the loot table, how are healers going to get gear? And you need to pose that question. And this is a thing where, talking to many developers, that is a flaw of where agile hurts the development process, because you start doing before you get done talking. In waterfall, you have a bunch of meetings, a bunch of discussions, and then the engine design team would be gone for a year or more designing the engine, while the rest of the teams were charting everything out in paper, had a lot of good conversations. As a project manager for the Air Force using Agile, I saw it a bunch of times, many times, where a project is already at the 50% design phase, but you haven't actually gotten all the requirements out of the customer yet. You've already built it and you don't know what they need yet. And then when they finally get around to telling you what they need, you're like, well, that's not how we built it. Well, it doesn't fucking matter how you built it. What matters is the customer needs X, and you haven't built X. So, go build it again. Go build what the customer actually needs. And you could imagine how frustrating that is for people, because they're gonna say, but, and yeah, no buts. Just go fucking do it. Games should make sure they have designers that can represent different types of players that are going to be playing the game, and ensure that every type of player has a voice representing them in the design of the game. No. You have that backwards. Game development companies should understand that this is the entirety of everybody that calls themselves a gamer. And the first cut that you have, right, is over here you have mobile, right? And over here you have PC. And this side is console. But this is PS4. And this is Xbox. And over here now we're starting to see the Switch. I'll put the Switch, I'll give a Switch a cut out of both. The Switch 2 is starting to become more relevant. The very first thing a company needs to do is figure out their target audience. And I'm gonna tell you, on this very first cut, you're either this, your target audience is either this, or your target audience is all of this. Or if you're going to be saucy, your target audience is only this. If your target audience is only PC players, you do not need controller support. And I know some people might not like me for that. If your target audience is only PC players, you do not need controller support. But if you are going to go through the ass pain of controller support for PC, then you have automatically made a console PC game. The moment you start developing for controller, you should automatically say, we need an Xbox port team and a PlayStation 4 port team. It makes not a damn bit of sense to go through the ass pain of controller support and then not open up yourself to an additional 40% of the consumer base. makes no sense. None whatsoever. Developers should make a game and gamers should be adults and either buy it if they like it or fucking don't. Yes, I agree. It's also really difficult to put an actual value on healing, buffing, damage when you have to compare all of them. Not all values are equal. Sure they are. All those values are equal. Case in point. Boss. That's a terrible color. Boss has 10 million hit points, right? And the loot table is whatever loot rules you're going to use. Well, we're going to say anybody that does 10% of the damage, right? So anybody that does 10% or more damage gets on the loot table. I think this is a terrible way to do it. I'm just using it for the example. But how do we put a healer on the loot table? Well, what's the boss's damage output? How much damage can they do in a fixed time interval? So if the boss can do 5,000, well, we'll say the boss can do, let's not do a DPS, let's do it DPM. The boss can do 50,000 DPM. And we take the time of the fight, right? And we figure out how much damage was done, and then we set a threshold. So the fight took 10 minutes. So the boss did 500,000 damage, right? 10% of that is, did you do 50,000 healing or more on this fight? Now, does that need to be refined a little bit? Abso-fucking-lutely. Because if the boss can do 50,000 DPM, but tanks have 70% mitigation, well, then you got to do 50,000 times 0.3 and then refactor. So 150,000. So if you did 15,000 healing, but when people say it's going to be hard, no, it's not going to be hard. Now, where I agree with you is with buffing, because if I'm playing a bard, if I'm playing a bard and I do neither direct healing nor direct damage, but I cause you to do 22% more damage, that would probably become more difficult to track. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. No contest. No, no question. That would absolutely become difficult to sort out. Well, what if the healer didn't need to heal that much, but only once or twice they still kept the DPS players alive? Well, again, that brings up a great question. Why are the DPS taking damage? Because if the boss is capable of doing raid-wide damage, then that changes the boss's damage per minute output, which then allows us to threshold. Now, if they're keeping the tank alive, as I said, you know the boss is capable of doing 500,000 damage per minute, and you know that a tank has 70% mitigation, which means that's 150,000. So I only have to do 15,000 healing to get on the loot table. What I've broken down already accounts for what you're saying. Does it become more complicated? Absolutely. Which is why you shouldn't be doing, like, let's just take it back to the core of the problem. You shouldn't be doing it this way to begin with. This is a really, really bad way from the very beginning. We shouldn't be doing it this way. Like, one of the things I used to have to say in Arcage when we would do world bosses, I would whisper to all the healers, remember to do damage at 90%. Remember to do damage. 80%. Remember to, and I was the only people hearing me were healers. Remember to do damage. Remember to do damage. Remember to do damage. Every 10%. Because healers would get so focused on healing, they would forget to damage the boss. If you didn't damage the boss, you were ineligible to roll on the boss drops. Shitty system. Shitty system. But it was what it was. I don't like any of these. I like this one. But yeah, absolutely shitty system. But it is what it is. But that's just because it didn't include heals done. Well, you're right. And it should have. Because the boss aggro table the boss aggro table could account for healers. So if the boss aggro table can aggro to a healer if you heal too much, then honestly, and what I'll say, and I don't give a shit if I offend programmers, then what you have there is shitty coding. If it's already possible for the mob AI to transfer aggro to me based on healing damage, then you already have a data point. I'm not asking you to create a new data point. If I'm already on the aggro table, then everybody on the aggro table, and again, I know coding isn't this simple, but loot eligible table equals aggro table. Done. But what about people that tag the boss outside the party? Loot eligible table equals aggro table of person who has tag. You figure out the fucking code. Not my job. We shouldn't be stuck in a situation where one group of players is fucked over because the developer is like, nah, too lazy. And again, having spoken with developers, the reason why developers seemingly are saying, nah, too lazy, is because they didn't think about it 3 years ago. What's on my neck? My speaker. I wear a Bose sound collar. I'm partially deaf, and when I wear this, it helps me not scream at you because I can better hear. If I wear these, then immediately I hear the white noise and I feel I need to project over the white noise because it's really difficult for me to feel like I'm speaking loud enough if I'm aiming for under the white noise. And I can't blindly figure out how loud I am if I'm aiming for the middle of the white noise because I can't actually hear myself right now. So Bose released these and then they stopped making them. Meta, Ray-Bans created glasses that have my speaker in them, but I can't connect them to my PC, which was like the saddest thing ever, because if I could put my glasses on and have my speakers in the middle of them and stream with that, that'd be a dream come true. That would be like the Americans with Disabilities Act greatest fucking accommodation ever. So, buffs are especially tough to put an absolute value on when it comes to getting the loot. What if the bard gives a 10% speed buff that lets others run away from AoE damage? How do you put a value on that? And I'm gonna give you a great answer. Stop trying to solve this problem. Okay? What you've done is you said, I have this problem. And you're 97 lines into the problem. Well, let's do it this way, right? This problem over here, you got 99 problems, but loot ain't one. Or over here, what are some other solutions? One, party-wide eligibility. Two, anyone on aggro table. Do we want loot to be shared by anybody that participates? Open world content, open world rewards? Or do we want it to be only the party that had the tag? Do we want to make it so that anybody... Well, DKP is not an eligible solution for... DKP isn't an eligible solution for open world content. DKP could be integrated into a game, which I think it should be. But DKP is a management system that should be one of many alternatives to a guild. You can make it so that anybody that damages the boss goes on the loot table. Well, then healers have to remember to damage the boss. Or you could make it that anybody on the aggro table is eligible for loot. Or you could make it that everybody gets their own piece of loot. But people have problems with that. People have deep-seated problems with the idea that you're going to get a piece of loot just because you did the content. And again, that's not a problem you need to solve with mechanics. That's a problem that you should be trying to solve around game design. Number one, where should the best loot come from? Crafters. Number two, where should the materials for the best loot come from? Group content. Number three, where should the second best in slot come from? Group content. Where should the third best in slot come from? Soloable content. Where should the fourth best in slot come from? Dedicated rewards. If you want to be the very best, if you want to be Ash at 10 years old, having 25 years of experience, then what you need to do is you need to get a group of people together that can help you clear the content. If you can't get a group of people together to help you clear the content, I got bad news for you. You're playing an MMO. Okay? When you say, I don't want to have to group, then you have to understand that you are not the star of today's show. What you are is you are a supporting cast member. You are part of the world. You could be the very best miner, lumberjack, flower gatherer. You could be the absolute very best, MIDI song creator. You could be the best potion maker. But when it comes to you want to be the very best crafter, you're going to need a guild for that. You want to be second best? You could be second best. Nothing's stopping you from being second best. And I want to remind, this is where Rail brings up often the participation trophy thing. I come from a generation where the mentality was second place is just the first loser. I said that. I coached. Real quick little story. My wife got pregnant unexpectedly. By unexpectedly, we know how that happens, but they had told us your wife can't conceive children. My wife had ovarian cancer, and we were told the time of us having children was behind us. And then my wife she wasn't feeling good. She went to the doctor, and she was pregnant. my wife was also a soccer coach. And soccer is not my first sport, my second sport, my third sport, my fourth sport, or my fifth sport. But guess what, sport? I got to coach soccer because my high-risk pregnancy wife can't afford to get kicked in the belly with a soccer ball. Well, I start writing down stuff because it was a mixed team. It was boys and girls. And my wife kind of saw my notebook and she's like, you can't say that. And I was like, what? She's like, you can't tell them that second place is the first loser. And I was like, why not? And she said, because the parents will throw a fucking conniption fit. And I was like, is this a developmental league or is this just a bullshit league? And she said, it's not a developmental league. I said, oh, okay. I went to the parents and I talked to them. And I said, what is your goal here? What's your goal? Do you want your kids to learn how to play soccer? Do you want them to have fun? Is this about snacks and juice boxes? Is this about winning? What is it about? The parents almost unilaterally or unanimously said it's about toughening them up, making them understand about competitive sports so that when they move into their other leagues, that they're not looking for a participation trophy. I said, okay, that's what you're going to get then. And I told the kids, I said, just so y'all aware, I have the list of all your names for the trophies. But the only trophies I will hand out to my team are first place trophies. If we don't have the first place trophy, I ain't handing out anything because second place is just the first loser. Do you know my kids gave it their all? I didn't have kids looking for the juice box. I had kids that were like, at the whistle blew at the end of the game and they fall over on the field and need a minute to catch their breath, dripping with sweat, giving it their all. And yes, they were in first place. We build video games around participation trophy people now. What is that weapon in WoW that always makes me laugh? The Thunder Fury legendary weapon that everybody has. If everybody has it, it's not legendary. If everybody has it, it absolutely is not a legendary weapon. It's just a participation trophy. Yeah, DKP is a great system, but it can't be, DKP can't be a system used outside of a guild construct or an alliance construct. DKP is great, but it also has a lot of flaws. For example, I don't run alliance-wide DKP. I do occasionally, but what ends up happening is anybody who's been in an organized guild knows you have tank 1, healer 1, mage 1, support 1. They're expected to be on every run. The problem is if they're expected to be on every run, they're getting DKP when they're already fully geared. And then when you get to the new content, I have 100 DKP. And I have 100 DKP and you have 10. So I bid 11. I get the item. Now I have 89 and you still have 10. Which means on the next item, or you have 11 because you picked up a point for that boss. Now on the next item, I bid 12. On the next item, I bid 13. If we run DKP like that, you're never going to get any gear. You're always going to be one behind tank 1. Now, is that a bad thing? Not necessarily. Because tank 1, healer 1, support 1, mage 1 should always get geared out first. Because the expectation is they go on every run. If we split the tank gear among 3 tanks, and it takes 9 runs for one of the tanks to get a full set, that means we went through the ass pain on 9 runs. But if we feed all the drops to one tank, and within 3 runs, that tank has their 5/5 set bonus, that means runs 4 onward are easier from the tanking point of view. But DKP is great when managed by a guild. But you could never and you could do DKP in a formalized setting in a guild. You could do that in a game. But DKP would never work for random encounters. What I was saying earlier, hold on a second, I have this wonderful tool. What I was saying earlier was more that game developers should make sure that everyone they're targeting is going to have a good experience. Don't target X, Y, and Z player groups, but X gets to have the most fun, while Y and Z... Yes, that's exactly it. You need to make sure that all of your target audience is equally balanced. And that goes to what Adaptable Fox is saying, where I don't want to be a healer in a game where healers are second-class citizens. I don't want to be a healer class in a game where my healer class is needed but not fun to play. That's really important. Like Arcage, 120 classes, 10 viable, 7 used. Bunch of different amazing combination of classes, but because you didn't design them very well, everybody plays Dark Runner. Well, that's kind of bullshit, don't you think? Once Human has a bunch of different weapons, but are they all equally usable? No. Are many games at this point having an item that only has, say, 100 at any one time on the server? No, because we run into the problem of players can't handle being have-nots. Players don't want to be the have-nots. Players want to be the haves. And game developers have lost their edge. If you let's look at EVE Online. EVE Online is EVE Online is a great talking point of how territory control goes wrong. EVE Online gave rise to Goon Swarm. Goon Swarm was able to exist for all the years that they were able to exist because they held a massive amount of territory. The problem is Goon Swarm is responsible for tens of thousands of players quitting EVE Online. And there's nothing the regular player base could do about them. They represent half of the active players. Well, that's not a really good setup if you want your game to be successful. It's because the developers built something, it got corrupted, and they didn't know how to fix it. And the exact same thing is going to happen to Ashes of Creation. You don't... And I like Steven. Steven's a good dude. I'd still like to hang out with him at Universal Studios, but I wouldn't like to... I'm probably not going to play the game that he's designing. Because what he's not doing is understanding human nature. When you say PvPers, I'll check it out in Alpha. I'll play it in Alpha 2, Phase 3, but I don't see a logical outcome where Ashes of Creation is a game for me. And I say that because I know people. Studying people is what I do. we know that there's two types of PvPers. One type of PvPers are actual PvPers, and they want good fights. They, of course, go into the fight wanting a win, but they want good fights. And then you have gankers. And the thing is gankers are that white stuff that form at the corner of your mouth when you're really thirsty. Gankers are a fucking mole on the ass of terrible behavior. That's not to say that there's not a time and place where you're going to get your ass murdered. For example, you're level 50 and I'm level 50 and your gear score is 1,000 and my gear score is 10,000. I'm not going to fuck with you out in the open world because there's no sport to it. I have 10 times your gear score. I'm not going to fuck with you. But you show up in territory control where you show up mining in an area that my guild controls and you're flagged for PvP, you're fucked because you're not supposed to be there. Not your house. Go the fuck away. I'm not gonna go out of my way. As a PvPer, I'm not even gonna go out of my way to kill you if you're doing something like a caravan or a trade run. Because there's no sport to it. Unless you do some next level radical shit, like in Arcage, you're a level 38 and you've loaded up an entire merchant ship full of larders that you can only get out of the zone you're in if you have a car. So your level 38 ass has a merchant ship fully decked out with cash shop cargo hold and you have a car? No, man, those larders are mine now because you're playing in a way that you just expect to not be fucked with. Thanks for the 4,000 gold. Why? Because at that point, it's not about good fight. At that point, it's about tangible possession. At the same time, I like good fights. I really do. I like good fights. If I'm in EVE Online, we would routinely cut off part of our roaming fleet. We're a 50-man roaming fleet. We hear there's a 20-man roaming fleet over there. Well, we'll cut off 25 people. Are we in our territory? We'll cut off 25 people to go fuck with them. We'll just split in half. We'll meet up on the other end of the system. At the same time, you're trying to destroy one of our pauses. There's 25 of you and there's 400 of us. We're showing up because now we're fighting over a tangible objective. Little bit different. It's not just a random good fight. It's if we let you do this, our holdings get fucked with. I like good fights. If I'm on defense on a castle siege and I have 250 and you bring 50, I'm not going to sit 200 people and let you take my castle. I might sit 200 people and send them out to you in waves. You can play the gauntlet, but I'm not going to lose my castle over numbers. At the same time, you have 250 on defense and I'm bringing 500 or I'm bringing 50. We're going to try our fucking best to take your castle. If the castle siege is 90 minutes, we're in it until minute 91 because it's a game. Because what are we going to learn from this? But most gamers aren't going to agree with that. Most gamers are going to say, we need mandatory equality. We need mandatory, you didn't beat me. Your gear beat me. Well, how the fuck did I get my gear? If I bought it in the cash shop, you can laugh at me. But remember, if I have legendary gear, if I have best in slot gear, I played the game to get it. So my skill didn't beat you, my gear beat you? Okay, my gear says nah, bitch. Wouldn't it be even better if effort was what was being rewarded? Like, forget about participation, because just showing up is a bullshit bar. But what about people that win without putting in the effort? Or people that put in 110% effort and just don't win the time? Or just don't win this time? Well, right. There's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser. There will always be a winner, there will always be a loser, because that's the nature of that's the nature of competition. It's kind of like why I like DKP, because DKP means your roles have been shitty, but you keep showing up. Eventually, you're going to get the piece of gear, because eventually you're going to be able to outbid people. That is where you have to notice a good guild leader versus a shitty guild leader. Some guild leaders aren't very good. Some guild leaders have set their guild up for the sole purpose of gearing themselves and their officers. That's just the nature of the beast. If you see that behavior happening as a guild member, then you have sort of an obligation to leave that shitty guild. Or to understand that, don't take this the wrong way, but your level of play is never going to get you to that level of reward. So you have to get there by being carried to it. And again, if anybody gets offended by that, that's a moment of self-reflection to understand you need to do whatever you need to do to increase your skill level at the game. I do agree. I do agree with the idea that effort should be rewarded, but then we go right back to the salty bread, what he brought up as an issue. And I'll quote Kingdom of Heaven here, who has claim? The tank who holds the aggro? The healer who keeps the tank and the party alive? The damage dealer who does all the damage? They all have equal claim. They all think that they should get the shiny. None of them are, unless you can solo the boss, your contribution isn't more worthwhile than anybody else's contribution. If you think it is, then run the content without a healer. Gamers have forgotten that they're social games. People have forgot. People have become so accustomed to screwing over other players that it just becomes part and parcel of the game experience, which I think is sad. It's really, really sad. But that's, and again, game development companies, I see some game development companies hire an economist, or some hire an economist that don't have a degree in economics, but they say we've hired an economist. That confuses me, but you do you, boo-boo. You hire who you want, and you put people in whatever you put people in whatever category you want. You give them whatever job you want, give them whatever job title you want to give them. But I think that if you're going to say that we hired an economist, they should have a degree in economics, or at least a minor in economics. They can be a social scientist. But then the idea of a social scientist, game development companies need to stop thinking that they know people. Because, can we be honest for a second? People that are really good at coding are probably introverted. Statistically speaking, people really, really good at coding are probably more introverted than they are extroverted. And you can be introverted and understand people if you've trained to understand people and understand human nature. Game development companies just have this idea that everybody's going to play nice in the sandbox. And they're not. And we know they're not. We absolutely know that they are not going to play nice in the sandbox. It's frustrating because so many MMORPG, fantasy, anime get a lot of things right, but we as people always want it to be the chosen one, so it overshadows what could be cool elements to a social game. Well, right. And the trick is can you force social? Can you force people to be social? And the answer is no. You cannot force people to be social. You can force people to do content together by making the content non-soloable. For example, in Once Human, I can't right now because I don't even think I can see it at the moment. Oh, I'm like, for example, if you run with other players, you are guaranteed a minimum, an absolute minimum, a box that's going to give you an 11-point mod. Every time you run the dungeon, you get a box with an 11-point mod in it. I would run the shit out of stuff with pugs. If you're guaranteeing me the lowest value, I can get one mod every run that's 11 points. Oh, I'd run the shit out of stuff with pugs. I'd be pulling people off the street. Hey, get in this party with me. Why? I need a fourth. Why? Because I need my 11-point mod. You don't even need to give me a 12. You don't even need to give me the best. It'd be nice if I have a chance to get a 12, but you only have to promise me an 11. You promise me an 11-point mod every run I do in a group of 4, I'll be running in groups of 4 all day. But have you really solved the problem? And the answer is no. You haven't really solved the problem. You've gotten kind of there. You gotten kind of there. And they tried to do that when they gave us this little, a while back, they gave us this Trailblazer for the Starfire Journey event, that if you ran content with other people, you got points, you filled a progress bar, you got rewards. Not necessarily the best answer. Effort is kind of systematically hard to measure and reward in a gamey way, but in a practical real-world sense, I feel like the value of effort should be equal to or greater than the value of success. I don't disagree with you, but let me also point out a problem with gamification. and I've talked about this many times on my show, you have to be careful how much reward you give to effort. And because you have a job, I do not. I can spend 4,000 hours in a year. I can spend double the amount of hours a full-time job is playing a game. A full-time job is 2,080 hours a year. That's a 40-hour week, 52 weeks of the year. 2,080 hours. I want you to think about that number real quick, because that's 2,080 hours, and I've spent almost double that playing this since last July. So now, how do you design a system where you have a snowball's chance in hell of putting in the same, quote, effort as I do? Do you set it up so that the servers are only open X number of hours a day during a prime time? Do you set it up where a player can only accumulate so much progress a day? Do you set it up where a player can only accumulate so much progress in a week? Well, now now to solve one problem, you're creating other problems. Once Human has done this. Again, in less than 4,000 points, if I was on a permanent server, not a new server where I have to build a base and get resources, build my weapons, get to level 50, I have other things to do. If I was still on my permanent server, which I was yesterday, it would be Tuesday. Once I finish this bar, I would have nothing else to do for 13 days and 22 hours. Or until next Monday. If there's more risk, then there would be respect to people's... Wait. If there's more risk, there would be more respect to people's effort. If you can break things, lose things on death, fortune favors the bold. You are absolutely correct. However, you're also absolutely incorrect. I don't disagree with you. But the moment... Remember we talked about the target audience? If you have drop on death, you're automatically targeting a target audience. You're also cutting a slice of the pizza knowing you're not servicing that slice. If you have loss, and this is something I said, and people in the Ashes of Creation community fucking wanted to riot because I had an opinion. Dropped materials on death, no matter how small, is the, quote, one thing for many players. That is many players' one thing. They don't give a shit how good your game is. They don't care how good the mechanics are, how good the class design is. They simply do not care. Because their one thing is they hate drop on death. If you put drop on death in, you're looking at a section of players confined in the casual heading ran into this problem. Revelation Online, Bless Online, Elyon. There was a one thing for people that they didn't look at the one thing. A lot of people in the Ashes of Creation community especially are caught on this mentality that every single MMORPG player is going to at least try the game. No other community ever makes that boast. But what they're doing, the members of that community are doing, is they're saying stupid ass shit like that. And I don't know if the developers now believe that. Ashes of Creation is not widely thought of as a foregone conclusion launching off point for Final Fantasy XIV players. It's simply not. Final Fantasy XIV players, what that community, what is one of their one things? One of their one things is a changeable main class. How do you know that? Look at just log into Final Fantasy XIV and start looking at people's profiles. Yes, you will run into some people that only have tank classes unlocked. Yes, you will run into some people that only have healer classes unlocked. But notice what I said, classes. Now, the Ashes of Creation fanatics will immediately hit me back with, well, you have 8 classes of tank. Sure. Now look for people that only have tank classes unlocked and only have healer classes unlocked or only have one class unlocked. And you will find almost nobody has that. Now, part of that is because in the old days, to unlock certain classes, you had to take 1 to 30, 1 to 15. But I'll even give you, if you find a person that has one class at max level and one at 15, I'll allow you to claim them as they only have one class unlocked. You're not going to find many of them. Because Final Fantasy players like the idea of playing multiple things. Final Fantasy players are looking for a riveting PvE experience. Shooter-looter players are looking for certain features. Once Human does not have them. I know Once Human just released Raid Zone. Raid Zone is literally the very worst of Rust or DayZ, without any of the very best. Somebody that I know logged into Raid Zone, got their base kind of sort of set up, and then they couldn't leave it because people were on top of it just killing them. Guess what that person did? Did they stay and create an environment for other Once Human players that was going to be good? No. What they did was they said, fuck this, I'm out. And they went and played something else. Well, they did play something else. They came back to their Manibus server. So they're still playing the game, but they're not playing Raid Zone. Rail and I went over to Endless Dream, and it was so fucking terrible, we left. It was awful. It was terrible. So game developers have to be really careful, understand, like what JLS said today. You have to make sure that every single player that's going to be playing your game is going to have a good time. And if some players aren't going to have a good time, you've designed a bad game. I'll go fill up my water. I'll be right back. already. But no, Adaptable Fox, you bring up a lot of really, really important, a lot of important points. One of those points is risk versus reward. You can do risk versus reward. You just have to make sure that the risk isn't a punishment. So if you look at Arcage, for example, Arcage had trade packs, and losing your trade pack was very much a punishment. Losing your trade pack was very, very, very much so a punishment. Could you have done a trade pack system that was less punishing? And the answer is yes. And this is going to make Rail cringe, because it's going to involve a little bit of participation trophy, because you got to have a little bit of a little bit of participation trophy. Instead of doing a net sum +1, -1, what you could do is you could have it 1-2. I still get something. I just don't get the big reward. And Arcage did that. I make the pack, right? I make the pack, I get a reward. Even if I don't turn in the pack, I get a percentage. And that's a really, really smart idea. Because what it means is I don't feel like I've lost everything. I feel like I feel like I have gotten some reward. One of the things I said in Arcage for a long time was they only had the marginal reward on certain packs. They didn't have it on larders, which was the big one, because those hurt the most when you lost them. So again, it was one of those, how did the developers know what the problem is, but don't apply the solution where it's needed the most? For example, a larder generates, 22 gold profit, but it takes me 5 gold to even make the larder. So then the split needs to be not 0, because now I'm out 5 gold and that other guy got 22. I need to get about 7. As the maker of the pack, I need to get about 7. 5 to cover my losses. And 2 to give me a taste that, yeah, if I did this better, I would get more, but at least I got something out of it. Because remember, and a lot of people say, well, that's life. Yeah, the thing about life is I have to get back up and I have to try again, because I have to eat. When life kicks me in the face, I mean, of course, there are people who choose to not get back up. But for the majority of people, when life kicks you in the face, you get up, you dust yourself off, you take another crack at it. In a video game, I don't log in again. I uninstall. And that's what Intrepid, and I'm going to use Ashes of Creation because it's a game that I know enough about what's going on. And I'll do 2 games actually. Intrepid needs to realize that if they were honest and they sold 100,000 Alpha 2 packs, and then they only had enough testing space for 12,000, well, that automatically tells you your player retention can't be any higher than 12%. And you're not filling both those servers. In fact, I think they only have one server now. Okay? So your player retention is less than 6%. Like another one that shouldn't be surprising when I show this. I mean, it should probably be a little bit surprising. And it is the middle of the day. So I will acknowledge that it is 11 o'clock on what? A random Tuesday? But, and again, forgive me, I don't know if Dune Awakening is only available through Steam. Let me find out. So Dune Awakening is on, it's currently only available on Steam. So yes, it is currently only available on Steam. They only have 100,000 players. In the last 24 hours, they only had 158,000 players. And that's 12 days. That's 12 days after launch. That's not a healthy sign. Okay? Their average player base, if we go average, is 111,000. Because you need this other piece of data down here. So 100,000 players. 111,000. So if they follow suit with the standard reduction of player base over 3 months, by July 5th, they need to be above this number. By August, this is July 5. By August 5th, they need to be above this number. And then by September 5th, they need to be above this number. Because that's a 50% reduction by month, per month, for 3 months. What's Once Human at? That's a great question. And Once Human's a little bit harder because Once Human was... Once Human is also on loading bay. So when I show this number, it's important to realize that Once Human has their own launcher, which we can't get numbers on. Like I'm on the loading bay. So I never count in the Steam number. But Once Human is at 34,000 players right now, which is on Steam is healthy. Like I can tell you right now that my UID is 7834. Because I was one of the first, not the first, but I was in the first wave of beta testers. There are a lot of people that were on the loading bay. I know loading bay's original number goes up to at least 1 million players. But they had 147 and they dropped to 107, then to 71, then to 55. On Steam alone, they didn't nail their number. Because if I throw their number in the first month, let me clear this, 147 divided by 2. So in the first month, they were good. They stayed 30,000 above their 50%. In their second month, they needed to stay above 36,000, which they did. And then in their third month, 18,000. Now, this is a little bit different because this is a free-to-play game, so you'd expect the number to stay healthier. So their retention number was about 18,375, and they're at just shy of double that. So Once Human is doing very good with retention, but again, it's a free-to-play game, which generally should have stronger numbers than a paid box price game. Where the hell are you? But I'm a little worried about Dune. And again, this is another one of those things that I don't get game developers. You know that you want to release your game on both PC and console. And yet you're Funcom, so you have the money to support the development. It's not like you're a small studio like the Fun Pimps making 7 Days to Die, where you reach a point where you're like, all right, we really would like to launch simultaneously on PC and console, but we're out of money, so we need to launch on PC and make so that we can make money so that we can pay for the console port. But Funcom released Dune Awakening knowing that they want to eventually be on console. But they launched like a year early. I don't think that's a smart plan. Oh, I didn't make the roasted orange. I gotta go get orange. I think it would have been better if they waited until they had the console build ready and launched with that as well. Because how many, like, isn't one of the driving factors for, and maybe it's not anymore. Maybe I'm wrong. But I always thought one of the biggest driving factors for players was playing on launch day. Like not feeling behind. And again, I will admit, I could be wrong. But I thought that was at least a concern. Maybe not a huge concern, but I thought being around for launch day was something that players cared about. Which is why sometimes people say this is a bad day for launch because it's right in the middle of this, or right in the middle of that, or right in the middle of the other. Like, and I'll admit, am I wrong? Is being there for launch day no longer a big deal? Are players okay? Because I know some players have said, I'm no longer going to play on launches. I want to wait until I know they've got their shit fixed. Which I respect that, too, because we play games that are barely functional in the guise of playing them at launch. Dune would be a lot better if they fixed the starter area. Until you get steel unlocked, it's like dragging your boys on sandpaper. And I've gone back and forth on my opinion on the Dune starter rotation. And they're not paying me to say this, which I always think is important. Yes, they may have given me a key to cover their game, but I'm not being paid for my opinion. In Dune, I think the struggle being real at game launch is okay. And I say that because I want to feel like Arrakis is always 3 seconds from kicking my ass. Like, I want to feel a sense of immersion. I want to feel like this planet is dangerous. Like, I will give the Fun Pimps major credit.
The Stardust
I haven't really
charts. We should set up a campsite before
jammed out to a long play session of 7 Days to Die in a while. And I don't remember when it was. It was not long ago. I knew I didn't have time to. Oh, I was in the middle of working on stuff and I didn't have internet. But I had 7 Days to Die downloaded. I didn't want to play a Crusader Kings 3 playthrough because I knew it was only going to be a couple of hours. And so I jumped into 7 Days to Die to just fuck around a bit because I've been playing this for the last year. And I was like, yeah, you know, the mobs have always, early on, the mobs have always been stupid. You can fool them. You can just bash them in the skull with a club. Holy fuck, the mobs have some new AI. They got some new tricks. Someone taught these dogs to jump.
I think we found Claire's goods.
And I was like, yeah, not like, holy shit, where's the pucker factor, man? Like, the pucker factor is real. I'm feeling scared about being in 7 Days to Die. I was like, this is good shit, man. This is good stuff. Like, this is what I want. This is the thread I want. This is the good shit. And I was pleasantly surprised at what they had put together. That's what a game like Dune needs. A game like Dune needs that. Arrakis is unforgiving. Arrakis is gonna kick your ass. Yeah, and you're right. The other problem we have now is we don't have a game launch anymore. We have the early access launch, we have the soft launch, we have the rolling launch, we have the relaunch, we have the re-release of the remix, of the remaster, of the redo. Like, guys, build a game, release the fucking game. Tell me this is the release date that we can all get going with. But no, you're 100%, you're 1,000,000% correct. And again, that leans itself back to us as gamers being part of the problem.
I guess you're the...
It's not quite ready, but we want you guys to have a chance to experience it. But don't say anything negative about it because it's still in development. Look, man, the moment you open the doors and you let me experience it, if I have something negative to say about it, I'm going to have something negative to say about it. If I have something... Because if you say don't say anything negative about it because it's still in development, then why are you letting me say positive things about it? If you don't want me to say anything about it to the public, but you want my feedback on it, we have a term for that. It's called NDA. Slap an NDA up on that bitch. Then nobody can talk about it. And I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I think if you're building an MMO, before you put any lines of code into the computer, you should have your game design plan. And I know a lot of people hate me when I say this, but you should pay for Asmongold to fly out to your company and buy him a Dr. Pepper and just sit there and bullshit with him and say, these are some ideas we have. Can we get your vector check? Can we get your feedback? Not that Asmongold is the be-all, end-all of MMORPG knowledge, but he is currently the face of MMOs on Twitch. And if he doesn't like it, if he thinks something's terrible, right there, you have anywhere between 80,000 and 5 million people are going to see his opinion that he thinks it's terrible. And you may think that that's not a huge deal. That's a massive deal. That's a magnitude, like, well, my opinion is just as valid as his. Your opinion is just as valid as his opinion. But his opinion is seen by 40 to 80,000 people live and up to 5 million people on a video. So if you want your opinion to be weighted as much as his, have a following of, 40,000 people live. I know some people say, well, pirate software. Well, number one, Pirate Software is embattled with his own issues now. And number two, Pirate Software has a large following, way bigger than mine. But not everybody shares his view. Some people are watching him because the same reason why people watch car wrecks. People follow Asmongold for the same reason, but as I've said many times, most people that follow Asmongold either are, one, his outright haters, and who gives a fuck about them? Cat Williams says it best: if you have 20 haters, get 40 of them bitches by Labor Day. Or they genuinely share his view of games. And because the things that he thinks is good aren't like fucking out there. It's not like he has like radical out there fucking views. There are some content creators out there that have what the fuck out there views, and you're like, I can't. Are you for real right now? Are you for real or are you clowning? I sense clowns. Oh, that's right. All these are unlocked. This is another thing that I don't particularly care for. Once you've unlocked teleportation towers on the map in the past, they're unlocked. Then what's the point of, like, really? Why do we have resets on worlds? And it's because people are like, I don't want to have to run to the spots again. Yeah, it's a seasonal based game, man. But then as I did on that short the other day, it's kind of hard, and it's getting really hard to support Once Human. I love the game, but it's getting really hard to support it because I can't tell people what this game is anymore because they can't tell me what it is anymore. Is it a seasonal survival game? I would argue no. I would argue that this is now an MMORPG, MMO shooter. I would argue Once Human has become an open world an open world massive multiplayer shooter. I don't, what's the definition for massive anymore? Is 500 people on a server massive? Like, what's the threshold? Coffee. Cool. And I don't even know anymore what that threshold is. Is 500 enough? Is 100 enough? Is it enough that, like, is League of Legends massive because it has 1 million players even though only 10 of them are on a map at a time? What about a game like Arcade? Everybody acquiesced that Arcade was an MMORPG. But how often did you play Arcade and spend hours not seeing another player? You can play Final Fantasy and never see another player. People seem to think if you can play with more than 4 of your friends, it's an MMO. Fair point. Is it? I don't know. I don't think so. Is Once Human an MMORPG because we have 40-person content? Is 40 people enough to give it the designator of massive? And there's where we run into the other problem. We can talk about this till we're blue in the face. But if we don't decide early on how many people does a MMO make, well, then it becomes gelatinous. We're trying to have a discussion, but we don't have any substance. Like, what are we calling good? What are we calling bad? What are we calling indifferent? Just like the people that were mad about Baldur's Gate because Baldur's Gate wasn't real-time combat. And you're just like, do you not understand what the developers were building? Like, it's not supposed to be real-time combat. It's supposed to be the combat that it is. And people were mad. I do need to try, like I'm ever gonna have free time in the near future, but I want to try that Final Fantasy Tactics Baldur's Gate 3 mod. Like I'm really interested to see how they did that, but I'm looking at the future here, and
gel looks different. It received memetics
Final Fantasy Tactics is coming back out, I think on my birthday.
First, contain it. Then let's bring it back to our territory.
So that's gonna be a good. That's my Final Fantasy Tactics is my all-time favorite game. It is my absolute all-time favorite game. After that, it was Phantasy Star 2, I think. And then Dragon Warrior. I'm a huge fan of Dragon Warrior because Dragon Warrior was the first game where my decision making caused me like unknown amount of disappointment. Since most of you are probably never going to play the original Dragon Warrior, what I will say is, I played Dragon Warrior and I got all the way to the end of the game, and he offers you a choice to fight him or join him. And I was a kid, and so I said, I'll join you. That's it. That's the end of your game.
I'm sure you saw. As I said, this deviation has no malice towards humans. It can be an excellent.
And if you want to actually see the end of the game, you gotta go all the way to fuck back and make it all the way back down the bottom of the map. And I don't know, but I think there's something to be said about your save file, that it's like, oh, you decided to join him and now you have to reload. No, we're gonna screw you over on that one. My biggest gripe is when it's just multiplayer adjacent to other groups and guilds. Okay, so I have an idea if I ever was going to do a game, and I'll just draw the map kind of like this, right? And then kind of like this, and we'll just leave it at that. Here's faction 1, here's faction 2. They're at war with each other, right? Here's faction 3. They're not automatically at war with anybody as a standard. Faction 1 and faction 2 are always hostile to each other. If you are a member of faction 1, you start automatically hostile to every member of faction 2 and vice versa. But you can through role play and skills become not hostile to individual members of that faction. However, by doing so, there's potential pitfalls for you. Faction 3 is neither at war with either faction, but through in-game events can become in conflict with either of those. And then you have the independents who can join independently any of the three factions on mercenary style contracts. With that said, I 100% agree with what you're saying. If you're going to have an MMORPG, then there needs to be absolutely meaningful reason for all those other people to be there. So, in my mind, you can only have one character on a server on the account, which means you decide you're either a member of Faction 1, a member of Faction 2, a member of Faction 3, or you're an independent. Now, I know what people are automatically going to say to me, and they're going to say, well, what about people who make multiple accounts? And there's nothing I can do about that as a game developer. There's anything a game developer can do about that. You're asking a game developer to solve an impossible situation. Well, don't allow a payment method to have more than one account. Okay, if that's your solution, my wife and I won't play your game because we have the same payment method. If that's your solution, while my wife and I primarily use the same payment method, I have this thing called a virtual card generator. Well, we're not going to accept virtual cards. Well, then you're not going to have a bunch of people that only use virtual cards online. Yeah, that's kind of how the third faction in Dune will work. It can't win the same way the two main houses win. It wins by keeping the other two houses in check. Right. I agree with Adaptable Fox. If the other players are meaningless, then there's no point in having them. For example, in Arcage, we had heroes. Can you believe that I am capable of being nice? Are you aware that I have that setting? Because I do. Am I going to cover Chrono Odyssey? You know what? Thank you for bringing up Chrono Odyssey. I don't have access to it yet, which makes me very sad. I wish I did. Because Chrono Odyssey is definitely a game that I could see myself doing another 101 brand for. I applied for Chrono Odyssey access, but I didn't get it. But yes, once Chrono Odyssey comes out, I'll be covering it. Because I am desperate. Now that I have PGN Music done, and if you haven't checked out PGN Music, you really should, because it looks really slick. I'm gonna be proud of my accomplishments for a moment. Zetrix taught me a lot of stuff, but what I am most proud of is this right here. This took me a fucking metric fuck ton of time to figure out how to do. The trick to this is, and I think it's working on everything except Opera. This bar is only here when I'm live. When I'm not live, the bar goes away. So if I'm not live on Twitch, the bar won't be there. And I think it works now. Yeah, you'll notice that for the duration that you stay on the site, the bar is gone. Now the question is, yeah, it's working now. I want to thank everybody who has helped me with looking at the code, and first of all, not laughing at my code. Thank you for that. It means a lot to me. I understand that I'm not brilliant. I also understand that if you look at my code, you're going to see a lot of documentation. It's there for a reason. For two reasons. You're going to see a lot of documentation in anything I ever do, because I oftentimes need a lot of help, but also it's because when I go back and look at it in a little while, I'm like, shit, what does this do again? What is this for? No, I don't have access to Chrono Odyssey, which makes me sad. Makes me a sad panda. But no, I will definitely cover Chrono Odyssey. I could see myself doing like a Chrono Odyssey 101. Maybe not a full-blown website, but part of ParadoxGaming.net's rewrite is going to be guide stuff on the main website. So you're going to go in and when you land, it's going to be like pgnmusicjalan.com. It's going to be like, you came here. What are you looking for? If you want all the politics stuff, go over there. If you want the music stuff, go over there. Or if you want the website, come in here. It's going to be like a triangle, I think. You click on that, then it's going to be covering like different video games. I think what I might do is I might put like the content creation help over on Jalan.com. So that way when people go to ParadoxGaming.net, they're really going there for video games. Like, because the website is Paradox Gaming. I wish that I could go back in time and not brand under Paradox Gaming. I think I'll try to make a Paladin tank heal, kind of Jaded doing heal on Throne and Liberty. Yeah, it depends. What I'm gonna say is I'm no longer interested in running guilds for two reasons. One, I'm running a business, and two, I just want to find a guild that is run competently, that doesn't want to deal with the logistics, because I actually enjoy doing logistics. I don't want to be the guy in charge anymore, because I have other shit that I want to be in charge of that's not related to the game. You know what I'm saying? So, Chrono Odyssey, I'm going to go off looking for a guild and have fun. It's like you're trying to be a guild leader, but then you're also trying to make content, and you're also trying to stream, and you're also trying to run a company, and you're also trying to go for walks, and you're also trying to do all these other things. It's like you just can't. There's not enough fucking hours in the day. So far, it looks like BDO. It does look like BDO, but what the big piece about Chrono Odyssey is going to be is how multiplayer friendly is it? How grindy is it? And not to put too fine of a point on it, but how much bullshit is there? That's kind of like Arc Age 2. I'm really, really, really waiting for Arc Age 2. But I have a feeling that Arc Age 2 is gonna be just too much bullshit. Hey, Catterley. For you, it looks like more like New World than BDO. Can we be honest for a second? I don't think there's really a big distinction there. And I'm not trying to be snarky, but I think New World looks like BDO because New World doesn't really have its own soul anyway. New World basically looked over at Ashes of Creation, tried to copy their homework, and didn't understand that the teacher gave out 2 assignments. One was to talk about your summer vacation, and one was to talk about your dog or your favorite pet. And Ashes was writing about their summer vacation, and New World was supposed to be writing about their favorite pet, and they turned in this assignment, and the teacher's like, yeah, you cheated. Not trying to be a douchebag towards Amazon Game Studios, but you looked at something, you tried to implement it, and you implemented it piss poorly. Not just badly. And I want to make sure that we're really clear here. I'm Harry Stamper from Amazon, or from Armageddon. I'm not saying that New World did a bad job of copying Ashes of Creation. I'm saying they did a piss poor job of copying Ashes of Creation. Like, no shit. Like, you blatantly looked at another game's design and said, we want some of that, and we're gonna just take it. Is Once Human like a Fortnite game? Yes, very much so. Very, very, very much so. Once Human is very much like Save the World. The Save the World mode from Fortnite. Which I wish to God I could reset my Fortnite Save the World, and I'd probably play it, but since I can't reset it, my dumbass over-leveled all my blueprints, so I need to go to the next zone to get the material that I need, but I can't go to the next zone because I can't clear the zone I'm in. Only games I've got my eyes on: Light No Fire, Chronicles Medieval, Emberville, and the full release of Path of Exile 2. I'm going to have to write those down because you tend to have fairly decent taste in games. I'll go looking at those. Right now, man, I'm just thirsty. I'm thirsty for a game. Like, this was my game for a year. And as Rail will tell you, if he didn't get fucked, and couldn't place his base, I wouldn't be playing this right now because I'd be sitting on my permanent server to just farm on Mondays. And we got our farming down to sub 2 hours. But they fucked with our bases so many times, like, it's like, I sometimes wish, and I know that I come off as a know-it-all. Just so everybody's aware, I know I come off as a know-it-all. I understand this. But there's just some things that are common fucking sense. Like, most of you agree with my know-it-all opinions. Like, if you have a permanent server, I don't know, but I think it should be fucking permanent. It's kind of in the fucking title. It's like Disney should open a 5th park in Orlando. Why? Because you have so much IP that you didn't have to close the Muppets. What you could have done is you could have closed the Laugh Factory, gotten Monsters Inc. out of the Magic Kingdom, and now you can look at what Epic has done, and they have 5 portals in a new park. And you can literally take Monsters Inc., make it a new portal, and then say to yourselves, hey guys, we need to make a new Monsters Inc. movie so that its release coincides with about a month before we release this portal or this new park. And the movie needs to not suck. And then you take Buzz Lightyear's Ranger spin, since you're revamping it anyway, and you move that over to Hollywood Studios, and now you have a big fucking chunk of Tomorrowland that you can do something with. Yeah, not a live-action goddamn Monsters, Inc. either, by the way. It's funny that when you only talk about the things you know inside and out, you come off it as a know-it-all. Right. When I fumble fuck my way through things that I don't understand... Oh, by the way, I do have to say something. I'll say it to him if he comes to another politics show. I was... Platinum, who was bringing up the NHS thing about London or England yesterday, or the UK, I double backed and I looked at what he had sent me, because I always try to go back and double back. What he was posting, emergency services and follow-up care, it was a rare instance where we were both right. We were both right with what we were saying. In England, a tourist, because the way you guys classify emergency services is different than how Americans do. In England, if you need emergency transport to a hospital, that's free for everybody, including tourists. The follow-up care piece is where the question of, is this follow-up care or not? And I called some family members who live in England, and a couple of them work in medical. And what they said was, if you fall on a sidewalk and if you visibly break your leg, you have a compound fracture and you've split the skin, that's an emergency. That's life-threatening. That's going to be covered. But if you fall and you break an ankle and it's not life-threatening, then that's going to be a very much so determination. And it has nothing to do with the quality of care. It actually has to do with the way your guys' billing is set up. And I thought that was interesting. But no, if Platinum comes tomorrow, I'll tell him, now that I had a chance to deep dive review and look at some stuff, yes, if you fall and you get a compound fracture, if you have a life-threatening situation that must be treated, see, we call that like stabilization. We call that life limb eyesight. I don't know what you guys call it over there. But yeah, if you fall and you have a compound fracture of the leg and your bone is sticking out of your leg, the UK will fix that. But if you needed to, if you were going to be in England for 8 weeks or whatever, I don't know how the fuck long a compound, as long as it's less than 6 months. If you went in to get the cast removed, you'd have to pay for that because that's considered follow-up services. So he was right. He just wasn't giving, I didn't know his line of thought. It wasn't until I went back and, because I run Nightbot, so I can go back and pull a user, so I can just and I see where he was going with it. He was focusing on the emergency services piece. And it wasn't until I broke that down to, if you have to be transported via ambulance, that's always going to be covered in England, regardless of who you are. Tourist, student visa, immigrant status, that emergency service transport is always covered. Now, what's covered at the hospital when you get there? That's going to be dealer's choice. Yeah, he was technically correct. The best kind of correct. I love technically correct. I love it. I'm still alive. Yes, I am still alive. I only had one situation where I disagreed with you about tattoos and ashes, and it turns out that I misheard you, so I ended up being the asshole at the time. Right. And I will admit, for a large period of the time that I was covering Ashes of Creation, I had a lot of shit going on in my personal life, and I probably shouldn't have been covering their game. I'm also happy to report that I have been, other than when I went to the hospital and I was given IV Ativan, which, having many conversations with NA and my sponsor and everybody, being given IV Ativan because I was in a state of crisis, because I reset my how long have I been clean and sober count, and my sponsor was like, don't you dare. If you were given IV Ativan at a hospital because you were in a state of crisis, yes, I'm multi-streaming. If I was in a state of crisis and I needed a benzodiazepine as a medication, that's not the same as being an addict. It's not the same as being addicted to it. So I am happy to report that I am pushing 3 years clean and sober. I haven't taken painkillers. Doctor tried to give me painkillers and I was like, no. I use a doctor of orthotics and I use a chiropractor. I know Europeans, your definition of a chiropractor is different. Ours is like, mine does the cupping. My shoulders are completely black and blue. So I'm very happy to report that I'm in a much better place mentally. And you know what? A lot of that comes from not having to deal with the fucking asshole community that is Ashes of Creation. Where else do I stream? I stream on other platforms, which, after Nutty got banned for talking about streaming on other platforms, I will simply say that I should not be hard to find if you want to kick it with me on another platform. And if you've ever watched any of my Google provided content, you already have that address. But if you're interested in watching any of my YouTube videos, not my live streams, because I would never promote my live streams, but my YouTube video storage is over there. And SprocketBot is back. He took a 2-year vacation, and he's finally back to work. And respect his sword, because he's stabbing himself in the face with it. But I hope Nutty gets unbanned quickly, because I don't... Again, I talked about this at the beginning of the show. I'll talk about it again. I don't think it's a wise idea for Twitch to ban the guy whose content is helping people make their streams better. Because if it's systematically better, it means in the long run, Twitch will make more money. But then some people don't like my perspective on... I think if you haven't... I don't think Twitch should be putting ads on everybody's channel. I think Twitch can certainly allow everybody to be monetized. Tips, bits, subs, not ads. Paying $4.99 a month to stream on Twitch. And when people are like, oh my God, why would you say that? Because it's that motivator. It's that kick in the ass. Well, I'm not trying to be monetized. I'm just trying to stream and have a good time. I understand that. But what you have to understand is that you're costing Twitch money. It's like, what did Pirate Software broke out the cost of his stream once? It costs, I think he said it was $9,000 per stream because of data transfer rates and all the shit that I don't understand, because I simply don't. He said it's about $9,000 for a stream. Well, realize Twitch is making money on ads on your channel, but Twitch, if they're losing $9,000 on Pirate Software, well, not losing, because he does generate income, but if the cost for every stream he does is $9,000, but he's not making $9,000 per stream for Twitch, then they are losing money on him, on the 1-for-1. Yeah, that's for a couple of hours of stream. Yeah. So imagine how much Twitch is losing if they have 1 million streamers not streaming to anybody but themselves, because they're still encoding that stream. That stream is still being treated as if it's available, so the cost is still there regardless of no one person watching it or more. And then again, the more people that watch it, blah blah blah. I don't understand what I don't understand. So I'd have to find the Pirate Software clip where he breaks it all down. But I don't have a problem with Twitch saying, if you don't contribute by making affiliate where it's worthwhile for us to put ads on your channel within 90 days, then we're going to simply say you have to pay us $4.99 a month, which in no way offsets our cost. How many is a couple, though? Also, I know they store 2 backups of it at minimum. The VOD server is not the same as the backup server, which holds streams for years. Well, I wasn't aware of a backup server. Where are you getting the idea? Where are you getting the information that there is a backup server? Because that's news to me. I've always been told that once and as a partner, I'm pretty sure my contract says once I delete content off of Twitch's platform, it is gone and there is no backup. There is no other copy of it. Once it's gone out of my VODs folder, which my VODs folder is 100 hours. Like right now, well, it's let me back that up for a second. I have 5, 9, 13, 19, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44, 48, 58, 68, 78, 80, 96, 106. I have well over 200 hours of I have well over 200 hours of VOD stored. You said before you lost your virtual machine, I had a tool that downloaded them. No, and you're right. Because as a partner, my shows are stored for 45 days. If you know of a way that my older stuff is stored, I'd love to know that. I'd love to know that they have a copy of my stuff. You say, but the thing is, a lot of streamers don't make money off streaming, so Twitch isn't losing money if the streamer doesn't make money. They are. They in fact are losing money. Because remember, and it doesn't seem like a lot, but they are losing money. Because so far today, other than ad revenue today, which you guys get pre-rolls, which in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be getting rid of pre-rolls. I'm not entirely sure if I like the idea, but I'm going to play with the idea again. The problem with pre-rolls is you join my channel, you see ads before you ever see the content. As opposed to doing a 3-minute ad break once an hour, and then there's no pre-rolls. I'm going to need to test this again, which is better. I kind of don't like the idea of doing ads during the show, because I don't want people to have to see the ads more than once. But our pre-rolls killing my ability to get more viewers, and I'll have to play with that. But Twitch has made almost no money on me today. But they've been encoding my show for 3 hours and 29 minutes. So they are losing money. It's a cost. And they have to do that encoding even if... because there's about a million streamers right now on Twitch streaming to nobody. Or streaming to themselves. That's a million streams of information that Twitch is coding, and they're not making any money on, or they're making pennies on because you all saw a pre-roll ad when you joined the channel, and then you might be here for 5 hours and never see another advert. And I know people say, well, that's just the cost of doing business. Well, what about the people who have been streaming for 5 years? They stream 20, 30, 40 hours a week. And I'm not joking. There are literally people who have been doing this and they've never made it. Well, even if Twitch charged them cost, would people still do it? And as I said earlier in the show, I'm not trying to discourage anybody from becoming a streamer. But if you have a cost associated with it, then you're going to start to think to yourself, is this something I want to do? Like, imagine YouTube. I know people that have loaded 1,000 videos on YouTube and not gotten 1,000 subscribers. Well, at some point you have to ask yourself, why are you doing it? And if you say, well, I'm not trying to get monetized, I'm just doing it for fun, I respect that. But should YouTube continue to incur the cost of storing 1,000 of your videos when they're not making any money on you? And it's a question. Should, if nobody's watching your content, should Alphabet incur a cost for you? Some people will say, well, you never know. You never know when a person might make it. You're right. You never know when a person might make it. But do you know what might be a kick in the ass for that person? If they got told, starting immediately, you're going to have to start paying for the storage space that you use. Well, then that person's going to have to decide, do I want to do this or do I want to abandon it? If they decide I want to do it, that might be the kick in the ass they need to make better content. I love how the box shows up before they blink, letting you know the box is showing up. But no, Twitch loses a bite of money for every streamer that is on the platform. And I know some people might argue, they might say, well, Twitch can afford it. But remember, Twitch has been an Amazon product for years. And at some point, Amazon is going to say, you know what? We're not making any money here. This doesn't work for us. We don't think this is ever going to work for us. Which would then suck. And again, Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, makes my head hurt. Because it's like, you're doing things that you know, but then they lose Prime members. Maybe. You're absolutely right. There are, if you think about it, because there's some people only get Prime for the games and the sub. Right, absolutely. Which is why I always tell people. In fact, I still have this little blurb. Did you know that you can get a free month of Twitch games for free? You can get free stuff for games you play or even free games. Check out this link. Oh, and then use that free month to support your favorite streamer. Doesn't have to be me. Just use it on someone. If you have Amazon Prime, you have a free Twitch Prime sub. You can cost Jeff Bezos and the shareholders $2.50. Costs you nothing. There's free games every month. There's free goodies every month. I think I got Civ 4 for free through Amazon Prime a while back. And Civ 4 is arguably the best Civ. And that's, you know, what shocks me is that Amazon got rid of Amazon Blacksmith. If you're not familiar with what Amazon Blacksmith was a widget at the bottom of the screen that was similar to this. So when I click that, all the books that I recommend, all the books that I have over there, you can click on that, you can go to my store, you can see that stuff. Well, it would be fucking amazing if I could have the widget back, which I'm going to try to figure out how to do this. I want to have a widget on the bottom of my screen where people are like, hey, these are the books. And when you click on it, I get my referring, commission. I don't know why Amazon ever got rid of that, because why would you not want to generate sales? And I'm sure somebody out there is going to say, oh, well, they don't want to have to pay the commission. But then they set up Amazon storefronts where they already pay the commission. So what you did was you made it harder for me to make sales for you. Like, help me help you. Help me help you help myself. It was like, I will say this, although I think the Ashes of Creation referral program was launched too early, I think the Ashes of Creation referral program was absolutely the one thing that the textbooks will say they did very well. Other than they might have violated Kickstarter's terms of service. But the referral program is absolutely fucking brilliant for Ashes of Creation. Now, what they should have done is not launched it from day one, because there's no need. Well, they didn't flip-flop on the cash thing. They never flip-flop on the cash thing. I'll tell you this much. I will tell you this much. I have a contract with them that says I'm getting this much money. They can try to flip-flop on it as much as they want. And they can flip-flop it on all those other creators. But I'm a petty sumbitch. I will file an injunction over the limited amount of money they owe me. And the 15% has been put into question since they removed it from the site. Well, right, but see, I'm smart. When I enter into a contract with somebody, let me just do this real quick so I don't die. When I enter into a contract with somebody, I don't fuck about. All right, I don't. You can be my very best. In fact, you can be my best friend. You can be my kid. You could be my family member. You could be your whatever you want to me. Doesn't fucking matter when it comes to money. I am fucking Gomez Adams. Old business is old business and new business is new business. And I don't fuck about. Right? There's no discussion when it comes to money. Right? I'm sorry, but I don't fuck about. Like Michelangelo said, forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza. Payouts occur quarterly and begin after Ashes of Creation is officially launched. Right? I have a copy. I have a copy of the last time they had this up. It was the very first thing that I saved. Like I made my referral code and then I saved the referral program information. And that's it. That's how that works. And like I said, I am a petty son of a bitch. It doesn't matter that it's not a lot of money. Because if you don't want to pay me, then your best bet is to just pay me and then tell me, we owe you this much money. We're going to pay you, and then we're canceling the referral program immediately. And then I would be stuck with figuring out, what do I think my future income would be? You want to cancel the program for the future? Cancel it. No problem. But I already know how much money you owe me. Well, I know how much money you owed me back in 2020. So, show me how much you owe me, pay me that, and then I'll fuck off and go away. It's just that simple. Now, if you're talking about the paying of the European people, well, that I will say is a reason why good ideas should be vetted, because and Europeans who are trying to do stuff should know better. If Intrepid Studios doesn't have a European physical location, then the money you earned at the time period you earned it, because the way the money is accrued, means you're going to have to pay American taxes on it. And Europeans, they covered their ass with Europe, except the problem is what Europeans don't realize is, and so many Europeans told me this, and I'm like, guys, please trust. And I asked a bunch of the Europeans that were like, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, are you a dual citizen? No. Then shut the fuck up, because I do know what I'm talking about. Because I do know how to earn money simultaneously in both regions. Because I've had to file taxes in both regions. Which is, again, another big pain in the ass. If you earn money in America, you have to pay American taxes on it. America don't give a fuck. America is not in the habit of not getting their cut of your money. What European countries do is give you a credit for the money you earned in America that you've already paid American taxes on. America will double dip, triple dip, quadruple dip. They don't give a fuck. If you're an American earning money, they want their cut. Period. Dot. Europe says, oh, you earned that money in America and you had to pay taxes on it in America. And the total amount of money that you had to pay in America exceeds what we would have charged you. Okay, we're not going to charge you anything for that. Or they say you had to pay taxes in America and you paid $1,000, but in Europe you would have paid 1,100. You only owe us 100, right? What people don't, I don't have to pay American taxes. I'm not American. Yeah. Well, guess what? Intrepid Studios has to withhold your taxes because you have a foreign identification number. And then you're going to be like, well, how do I get my money back? You file your fucking taxes. That's how you get your money back. And so Intrepid created an awful lot of ass pain for themselves because they tried to do something nice. Bullshit. They tried to do something profitable for them, but
territory terminal to purify the Nova
it might not necessarily work out the way they want it to.
Great. You got a new ability. After equipping a mod, your survival and combat skills will improve.
So,
in the future.
But again, that's
more mods.
Honestly, that's a problem that's not my problem. Because as I said, like, and again, I love everybody because I'm such a nice guy. If you look at the bottom of pgnmusic.com, I have to have a privacy notice. And I have to have a privacy notice because my music is available globally, and a privacy statement is pretty much required with Europeans. Now, I could choose to say fuck right off. I don't need to have that because I don't have a base in Europe. But since I may end up in Europe here in the coming future, if my country goes any more to shit than it is, what I don't want to do is be on my way out the door to fucking move my business to Europe, and then all of a sudden, oh fuck, I don't have a privacy statement. Which is why I would probably never move my business to Europe. I would just run it through America, and then I have to pop over here every 5 months and 28 days anyway. But I respect Europe and their consumer protection laws. I really do. I understand why Intrepid hasn't opened a European office. Because if Intrepid opened a European office, then they would have to get if Intrepid Studios opened a European office, then all the Europeans would be allowed to ask for a full refund. And that would account for, yeah, if they, because what Intrepid doesn't understand is that, you're in America, the business's refund policy is what wins the argument. In Europe, it's the consumer protection laws. Now, the UK people, I don't know what yours are now that you're not members of the European Union. Although I know that the UK isn't members of the European Union, but my president doesn't know that. Which is, again, fucking embarrassing. But I don't know what your consumer protections are. I love that Europe says if you put money down on a pre-order product at any time before the launch, and when it comes to video games, forgive me if I'm wrong, you guys have up until the launch of the product to get a refund, or 14 days after the launch of the product to get a refund. That's sexy as shit. That's big baller dick energy right there. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna let you back something and then get a refund. Now, I do know that when it comes to Kickstarter, unless something has changed, Europe has acknowledged that Kickstarter has in fact delivered the product because your agreement is with Kickstarter. So, and this is where what people get mad about. They don't grasp. So here's Kickstarter, here's XYZ developer who's selling you a game. You did business with Kickstarter. Kickstarter gave you a voucher valid at this game. You cannot get a refund from Kickstarter because Kickstarter has, to the letter of the law, fulfilled their contractual obligation. You didn't do any business with this company. There is no direct link between you and XYZ developer. You did business with Kickstarter. Kickstarter delivered your voucher, and all that voucher is a string of numbers. When you try to get a refund from the company simply responds with, "We've never done business with you. You did business with Kickstarter. You have your Kickstarter code. You got what you paid for." And a lot of people don't like that. I can't say that I like it, because I don't. But that is and people are like, "Well, that's not fair," or this, that, the other. Look, man, I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying that I condone this. I'm not saying I even agree with it. But I'm saying it's been explained. I hate the explanation, but it's perfectly valid. That's sometimes what people can't wrap their heads around. How can you say that you understand it if you don't agree with it? Because agreeing with it isn't a prerequisite for understanding it. I understand why I have a blood disorder. My body hates me. I don't agree with having the blood disorder. I don't like having it. I wish I didn't have it. And in some ways, I wish somebody else would inherit it and it would leave me the fuck alone. If I could choose, there's a guy at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that I think could do with this blood disorder that's been undiagnosed for 7 years. You know what I'm saying? I understand that I have it. I don't agree with having it. I didn't sign up for it. I think that's another thing. Hi, can I show you off? Oh, this is Pokey. This is Pokey Loki. And he gets the nickname Pokey because he walks up behind us and he pokes us. He's one of our rescues. All of our babies are rescues now. We have no non-rescue babies. Oh, that's right. Look at this. Look at this furball. Are you hiding? You know there's a camera. How is it 2 generations of kitties know that there's a camera? Oh, hi. Such a pretty boy. You can kind of see his ear is tipped. Can't really bring him any closer to the camera or he'll freak out. Hi. Oh. You want your tree? Oh boy. Unfortunately, when I rearranged the office, I had to take out the full-size cat tower. It's Loki. I had to take out the full-size cat tower because even though it's a square room, it's not a symmetrical room because I have the closet doors over here and I need to be able to get in and out of the closet, so I couldn't block the closet off. Hi, buddy. But yeah, we have 7 of the fur balls. One of them is end of life. and this is, can I judge people for a second? Will you guys forgive me to be a little bit judgy? Some fucking assholes had 2 cats, and the cat was clearly abused. And they declawed their cat, which is already fucking savage and inhumane to begin with. But they had like a 12-year-old cat that they surrendered to the shelter so that they could buy a kitten. Like, you're a horrible fucking human being. Like, you are absolutely a horrible fucking human being for that. Like, we took the cat in. We took the baby in. Originally, she was given to us as a short-term foster during a blizzard. Because when the weather, our Humane Society does great work, but they never put any money into the infrastructure because they're always putting money into saving the animals. The buildings, their buildings don't flood, but the road floods that the buildings are on. Also, and so people can't get in and out of there. So they always send the animals away with fosters. And so we ended up with this foster cat. We ended up keeping her. And she'll probably be with us for a year or two. Because 14 is starting to get really old for a cat. Sora and Cloud lived to 16, but they were exceptionally taken care of. Abby, of course, had a thyroid problem and passed. And Ziva got cancer of the bladder, so we had to put her down. But people are fucking horrible. I love the director of our Humane Society. The director of our Humane Society, if you come in to do a surrender and the animal's been abused, they distract you while you're filling out your paperwork, and then she has like a direct line right up the street is the animal control and their law enforcement. So they're there in like a minute and a half or 2 minutes. And if you bring in an animal that's clearly been abused, she calls the police on you. And what happens is, even if they don't get a conviction for animal abuse, you go into the database. That means for the rest of your life, you have to disclose that you're in the database for animal abuse, that there's been a fine. Because remember, you don't have to have a conviction for animal abuse for there to be a finding of animal abuse. And so it basically means for the rest of your life, you can't adopt animals out of the Humane Society or out of animal control because there's been a finding that you abuse animals. Because honestly, man, fuck you if you abuse an animal. Personally, I think if you abuse an animal, you should have to get into a fucking cage unarmed with a polar bear and last 5 minutes. Like, get fucked. Abuse a goddamn animal. I hate humans. Like, I'll help a human in need, but I'll always help an animal in need. My fucking wife the other day, she fucking yelled at me. I didn't have my chainmail gloves in the car. We were on our way to fucking Florida anyway, so it's not like I had the ability to stop, and I wasn't in my home state for dealing with turtles. Two big ass giant snapping turtles trying to walk out onto the highway, and she's like, you need to stop, you need to help them. The fuck am I gonna? I don't have my gloves with me. I ain't picking up a snapping fucking turtle that's this big without my chainmail gloves, because I want to be able to count, you know? I want to be able to count to 10. People actually care about stuff like that because most animals can't turn around and punch you in the mouth. Yeah. Wish Carthos would show up. I want him to tell the funny fucking story about the homeless guy in the car. Yeah, I have toes. Yeah, I have toes, but I hate feet. Feet go in socks, socks go in shoes. You'll see them again at bedtime. That's how that works. Feet, socks, shoes. But I wear sandals. You fucking blight on humanity. Nobody wants to see those ugly toes. Toes are ugly. Or what's even worse is the people who wear the sock gloves where each toe has its own, like, a finger glove on the... No. Feet, socks, shoes. Barefoot supremacy? No. If you walk around barefoot, I don't care if you're male or a female. If you are male or female and you walk around barefoot, you need a pedicure. I don't care if you're a male or a female. If you're walking around barefoot, you need a pedicure. Men, get those toes shaved. We don't need no hobbit feet. We don't need no fucking hobbit feet, man. The only people allowed to have hobbit feet are Sam, Frodo, Merry, and Pippin. That's it. Get them fucking hairs off your toes. Feet are disgusting. Feet are disgusting. It's like, I read a fucking horrible report, this fucking thing.
Thank God.
It was either 60% or 80% of the feet pics on OnlyFans that men thought were female feet were actually men feet. First of all, I don't get the foot fetish. Feet are disgusting. But people paying thousands of dollars to people paying thousands of dollars for feet pics, or one of the people that I had a conversation with, she's in the community. She makes her money selling feet pics, but even worse. And I can't believe, like, she showed me the fucking invoicing once. Men send her shoes and socks, or buy them through her gift me shit, and then they send her money. She wears the shoes and the socks for the day, boxes them up and sends them to her, sends them to the buyer. You know that meme of the evolutionary chart, and then the guy at the front is like, turn around, we fucked everything up? That's where we are right now in life. Go back, we fucked everything up. We need to a redo. We need to start over. We need to start over. We have gone astray. Something went terribly wrong with our society. Something went terribly, terribly wrong. I feel like walking barefoot in my family's backyard in the summer. Other than that, I'm very indifferent towards my feet. As you can tell, I am not indifferent towards feet. Chop them off. Everybody should have stumps that go into, like, cybernetic attachments that should charge at your bedside. No. Feet are disgusting. I think I feel that feet are disgusting from all my time in the military, when I would wear boots for like 16 or 18 hours at a time and then come home and, like, nah, enough with feet. I do want to give a shout out to, I do want to give a shout out to a company called Gamesite.io. Gamesite.io has created a tool where you can set up benchmark goals for sorry. Content creators, so that you go in and you create quests. I'll call them quests because that's what they're called in GameSet.io. I'm not going to show you the I'm not going to show you the interface because I don't know if I'm allowed to. But what they've done is I have to stream for 5 hours, 15 hours, and 30 hours. And if I do that, I get XYZ reward. And this is a really brilliant thing because we talked earlier about content creators aren't always going to be able to make money. But
You saw that wheelchair.
and I've done the pyramid thing. If anybody needs to see the pyramid thing, I'm more than happy to do the pyramid thing. But you need one or two really large content creators covering your game. And then you need you need like 10 to 15 medium-sized content creators, half of which are trying to become large content creators, and half of which are gonna build their content around your game. And then you need, and I mean this, I genuinely mean this, you need about 10 to 15 nobody content creators that are only streaming to 3 to 5 people, right? Because what you need from them is you need them to be in a symbiotic relationship with you where what you're giving them is more valuable than money. And a lot of times, how can I say this? As a former bar owner, I used to have live entertainment. And there were some people that would walk in like end of February, early March, and tell me what months they wanted to, what weekends they wanted to. Yes, it is the patient. What is? Well, I'm bugged. They would come in and they'd say, we're available. We've put you on the schedule here, here, and here. And you're like, okay, yes, yes, and yes. And you know that you're going to be paying them $2,000, $2,500 a night because they're going to come in and they're going to fill your place because they're at a point of their career where they know that if they're performing here, because they're gonna fill your joint. But other live performers get a little mad because they come in and they're like, hey, we're wondering if you do live entertainment. And I'm like, yeah, we do live entertainment. Here's the open days that we have. And they're like, yeah, we're kind of looking for like $1,000 for the night. No thanks. And then they get like really offended. They're like, what do you mean no thanks? Do you have the ability to generate me $2,000 worth of business? Are you going to bring in enough people on an idle Thursday that you bring me $2,000 worth of business that I otherwise wouldn't have gotten. And when they're like, well, what do you mean? How many people come to your shows? And I remember distinctly one like three-man female lead singer, 2 guys. They said we get about 50 people that come to our shows. And I said, okay, you get 50 people come to your shows. And if I can assume, and this is back in the day, this is a while ago, if I can assume that the average tab is going to be $12, then I'm only going to make $600 for the 50 people you bring in. Which means the most I can afford to give you is 300. If all you can bring me is 50. If all you can bring me is 50 people, then the most I can pay you is 300. And you would not believe how many small bands, and I'll use that 1 girl, 2 guy, they were pissed. They were like angry. They were like throwing up fucking, like I had just sacrificed their cat. And I said, you're only bringing me 50 people. And they're like, yeah, but we're worth $1,000. Well, if you're worth $1,000, you should be filling my entire establishment. I should be able to set you guys up on the back beer garden and have 250, 300 people show up if you want $1,000. One of them flippantly said, well, if we could pull 300 people, we wouldn't need to perform in bars. And I was just like,
Here.
You can leave now. If you could draw 300 people, you wouldn't need to perform in bars. Where would you perform then? Because again, 300 people, right? $300 people times 20, if you charge a $20 cover, with, say, 3 drinks included, that's $6,000. But you don't understand that as the bar owner, I have costs. You're going to bring 300 people. I need about 10 servers on that night. People don't understand their value. People don't get it. Small streamers. Oh, and then to go back, let me the other point was, so I said to some small bands, I was like, look, I know this is a bullshit thing that you guys don't like, but what I'm willing to do is, here's my projection for Thursday night. My projection for Thursday night is $770 in the till. What I will do is that I will show you all the receipts. I will show you all the printouts if you want them. I'm expecting, based on numbers, based on time of year, based on having years and years of receipts and books and everything that goes on in this place, I'm willing to split with you 50-50. Everything above 770 on Thursday. Which means, if you beat the streets hard, if you promote, if you market, and you bring in, you bring in those 50 people, and 600, I make an extra $600, I'll give you 300 of it. Let's set the number at $2,500. If I make $2,500 that night, I'll pay you $1,500. Sound good? If I make $2,500 that night, I'll pay you $1,500 of it. which means I make $230 more than I was expecting. I simply made an oversight. See, I do make mistakes. Small streamers are like, oh, well, this affiliate program is really, really great. Okay. Your affiliate program that's really, really great that you make exactly 0 sales in. If you make 0 sales in an affiliate program, your commission is exactly $0. If I made a video about if I made a video about Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios, I would not want an affiliate code, link, whatever. You could tell me I could have 10% of whatever ticket sales go through my link, HalloweenHorrorNights.com/Jalon. You could tell me I could have 10% commission. Shit, you could tell me I could have 50% commission. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it. You know what I would want? And I'll show you what I would want. I would want... No, I would want them to sell tickets. But here's what I would want instead. What I would want instead would be an agreement that if I made them a video and they liked the video, instead of giving me a referral code, that what they would do is they, on that account, they would retweet my video twice. The first time, they would retweet it. The second time, they would retweet it with comment. And then what I would ask them to do is also send it out on that account twice on different days. That's all I would want. And people would be like, well, why wouldn't you want the affiliate code? Why wouldn't you want to make money? Because how many Halloween Horror Nights tickets would a small creator like me sell versus how many people would put eyes on my content if a 700,000 followed account retweeted it twice? And then if 137,000 followed account retweeted it twice. It's like, I'm very thankful. Starry Studios, NetEase, their team, Gamesite.io, they, I do get paid to make Once Human content. I do get compensation for streaming the game. It absolutely does not. I don't get paid to make certain streams. I don't necessarily get paid to make certain videos. They do it in a very smart way where I'm not getting paid to make the video. They don't tell me what to make. I make it, they pay me. What they do is they put out essentially a bounty, and they say, if you make content on this and you submit it here, we will pay you. They don't pre-approve it. They don't have to see it. They don't, so far, they haven't said anything about me, about my content. Unlike, you know, Tryon and Gamigo, where they didn't like that I was saying all their problems. It's a very smart way to do it because it keeps everybody honest. But I would much rather, instead of getting paid whatever it is I get paid, like $2 an hour or some shit, I would rather them retweet my stuff. I'm a small creator. I would rather be paid in exposure. And if I'm saying that, then other small creators need to kind of think to themselves, why does this guy want to be paid in exposure instead of being paid in cash? And I know some people might make the argument, they're like, but Jay, you don't do this for money. And you're right, I don't. But I do because the business needs money to run. Like, I need to pay for cPanel and 5 domain names and subscriptions to things and, you know, 2 email addresses. And so I incur costs. So I need to make money. You can't, like, Jonathan Bentley was his name. In ArcAge, I said, oh, I'm not setting up a Patreon because there's no point. I don't do this for money. And he's like, money is what allows you to run your business, which I knew, but I never was really seeing this as a business. And I'm glad he did that, because if he had never kind of forced me to start the Patreon, I never would have had reliable income, which meant I never would have been forced to start the business. And without the business, I don't start PGN Music. And like those little things that mean a lot to you, well, mean a lot to me, may not mean a lot to other people. Somebody told me that they used, and it wasn't this wedding I was just at, they marched to Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit music, which was fucking hilarious to me. Somebody said the wedding march on the special occasions in a fantasy album was exactly what they were looking for their wedding march. They used it in their wedding. Can I just say that makes that track completely worthwhile? The fact that I don't even know what I spent to make that track, $100, whatever, and it's barely made any money. But the fact that somebody was able to say, I helped contribute to somebody's special day because that track was exactly the right mood, that makes me happy. That makes me happy. That's awesome. I was really thankful that they took the time to send me that message. So. Hey, Rail, have you noticed? Oh, he might not be here. He may be at his usual appointment. There's like quests missing. The soda machine should be here. But no, it's amazing to me. Every different game has, and do you guys all agree with me? Every game has like things they do really well and things they do really badly. And you want to say to yourself, why, if they're like the line from Kingdom of Heaven, a king does not kill a king. Were you not close enough to a great king to understand this? It's like you look at video games and you say, this other game did this so well that it should be the standard. It should be the benchmark. For example, pre-registration, like Once Human, I love the game, love the team, love the staff, hate the current direction they're going. But getting people synced up was nearly impossible for them. Getting people synced up took them 6 months. And now, even now, I won't really give them credit for them solving the problem. Because they kind of solved the problem, but it was kind of a low effort solution. But Star Wars The Old Republic had already proved, had already demonstrated, had already modeled the absolute best way to do getting people linked up with their friends. The absolute, like, there's no debate. No game has done it better. The next best game is Final Fantasy XI with friend codes, which Once Human has friend codes. I'll be honest, when you're in the thick of it, that's hard. When you know you want to do something new, it's hard to not slap new on everything. And I agree with you. But the military, remember I said the military does a lot of things really, really well. The things that the military does really well, people should benchmark the way the military does it. I understand the military does a lot of things really, really piss poorly. Not even going to defend some of the things the military does. But the military has this thing called best practices. And what best practices are is literally the person who had your, and I shouldn't say the military, I should say the Air Force, because I don't know how the other branches of service do it. When I worked as an officer, I would go into my job, and here was the best practices binder. And it was the culmination of all the lessons learned by all the officers that came before me. So what I would do is when I would take over, because remember, you've got to learn an entire job that's been operating since World War II. And you got to learn it fucking right fucking meow. And so I would take that best practice binder and I would read it, and it would take a couple of days to read it. And then you start, thinking to yourself, why don't I do it this way? Well, you know why you don't do it that way? Because in the best practices book, it says literally, it says, don't try to do it this way because X, Y, and Z is going to happen. I thought it was 527. Oh, 325. Don't try to do it this way because it's already been tried this way 5 times and it never works out right. I'm trying to design my UI for the engine I'm working on, and trying to not just copy Unity and Unreal is so hard because they do so much of it really gosh darn well. Well, here's the thing, ready? And I'll say this. Why are you going through the ass pain of not copying what's already best practice? For example, MMORPG. You can either do ASDW or you can do ASDW QE. You can either do ASDW for movement, and then you could add QE if you want strafe. There's no need to try to come up with a better way. It's already accepted as best practice that ASDW are the movement keys. I wish game developers would just accept I is inventory, J is journal, C is character. Now, If you want your characters to be able to rebind because somebody says, well, I like C to be an action key, great. Allow players to rebind. But if every game would just get down J, journal, M, map, C, character, I, inventory, guess what you wouldn't have to do anymore? You wouldn't have people fumble fucking around trying to figure out what the damn control keys are. You have game companies that are like, oh, we're not going to do I for inventory. We're going to do B for backpack. How about you do K for kiss my ass? Standardization. Well, we want to be unique. Look, man, you're a wood-headed fucking axe. Just because you're unique doesn't mean you're useful. Don't worry about, honestly, don't worry about copying their UI. Copy their UI. And then say, how do I make this mo better? Good is the enemy of best. Good, you could, and good is the enemy of best. You could design a UI that's very, very good. I have faith in you. I have faith that you could design a UI that's very, very good. But good is the enemy of best. Best is the enemy of better. Best is the enemy of better. Don't try to do different for the sake of different. Don't do different for the sake of different. Do different because you say, you know what? I've looked at it, and where the areas for improvement are here. What people say they don't like is this. So what we're doing is we're changing that. Oh shit, he's right there. We're changing things because what players have said is they don't like this. Like, for example, personal interest. I'm blue colorblind, and the older I get, the worse my colorblindness is getting. My wife and I actually laughed about this over the weekend because she said, and it's going to be that blue building. Never mind, it's the building at the end of the row. If she hadn't told me the building was blue, I wouldn't have known. As far as I knew, the building was white. I would like it if games had blue colorblind mode. Now, blue colorblindness is very, very rare. And great. But if you're already going to do red colorblind and you're already going to do green colorblind, do you know how fast and easy it is to do blue colorblind? If you're not going to have a colorblind mode at all, I understand that. I get it. I respect that you don't have a colorblind mode at all. No problem. You have no colorblind mode. But if you're going to have a colorblind mode, then please just take the extra hour or two to just filter blue colorblind. And you know how you know what blue colorblind mode is? Sepia. That's all we ask. Just put brown over the top of it. Just give us a sepia. And we'll be fine. And with that, I want to say thank you to everybody who shows up. I will be back tomorrow with the politics show. And then I have a lot of shows. I'm streaming like every day for like 7 days to make up on all the shows I missed. Because I actually do respect my subscribers. Like, people subscribe to this, and I believe that when you have a subscription to something, you should get what you pay for. So ultimately, what I'm committed to every month is about 48 hours of streaming. Yeah, the Nimitz is on its way to the Middle East for an urgent operational need. We'll talk about that tomorrow. That urgent operational need is we're about to fuck up Iran. I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is. We have 11 carriers. currently in service. The Nimitz gets a lot of, the Nimitz is the work dog. So I will see you guys tomorrow.